Chapter 469. Faced with the pursuit of so many primal core old monsters, Zichin and the monk fled all the way into the depths of the market. As for the demonic ape, it lay in Zichen's arms, sleeping soundly. By the time Xiaoqin and the monk arrived outside the market, there were already dozens of primal core old monsters chasing after them. "Stop, brat! Stop if you have the guts! Didn't you claim to be able to kill primal core old monsters? Stop and have a fair fight with me! Stop! Watch me kill you with one hand!" Cold shouts rang out one after another. Overflowing killing intent wreaked havoc. These were all primal core experts who came after hearing the news. Their goal was none other than to snatch the treasures. Xiaoqin and Xiaochen were only flying, but they had 3 primal core weapons and the most crazy primal core liquid. This made many primal core experts jealous, so they formed groups to chase after them. After the incident with Gong Ming, all the primal core old monsters learned their lesson. They all formed groups of 3 to 5, or at least 2. "Idiots, you are primal core experts, and I am flying. You still have the nerve to say that you want to have a fair fight with me? When I break through to primal core, I can kill all of you with one hand." Zichin, who was running away, would occasionally turn around and curse. While he was running away in a sorry state, he also wanted to vent his anger and not let himself be at an absolute disadvantage. Both sides chased each other. Soon they saw the newly built market. When they saw that it was even larger, the two sighed and thanked the heavens. Then they turned into beams of light and entered the market. Outside the market there were 8 guards in the air. When they saw the 2 rushing over without any intention of stopping, they stopped them and shouted, "Stop! Each person has to pay 100 primal stones." Just as these guards finished speaking, they heard curses coming from the horizon, as well as horrifying energy auras. "Stop! Brat, stop right there! Stop! Don't go in! Stop those 2 brats! Don't let them go in! Someone stop them! Don't let them enter the market!" Dozens of primal core experts appeared in Xiaoqin's line of sight. All of them were brimming with killing intent, stirring up the wind and clouds. Such a huge formation made one's expression change. It would have been better if they did not speak. Their shouts made many onlookers retreat quickly to avoid trouble. As for the many guards who were flying in the air, their faces were solemn and they became extremely vigilant. Swoosh! Just as they were considering if they should stop the 2 of them, Zichin made his move. A bright light flashed as a high-grade primal stone flew toward the 2 of them. "Here, keep the change. I'll buy you guys some wine with the rest." He was very magnanimous. His first move was a high-grade primordial stone. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the market like a monk. He did not stop at all. His speed was extremely fast. Boom! Between heaven and earth, a torrential energy began to surge. Powerful auras appeared one after another. These were all inner core experts. They flew over from the horizon and stood in midair outside the market. Their monstrous killing intent caused people to tremble. Damn it, we actually let them escape. In the eyes of all the inner core experts, there was a strong sense of unwillingness. As a result, the resentment around them was monstrous. Outside the market, the sky changed color. This was a newly built market, and its scale was much larger than before. The guards were also new. Seeing such a large number of experts, as well as the monstrous killing intent that swept up the wind and clouds, their hearts skipped a beat. In the next moment they shouted, "Enemy attack! Guards! Enemy attack! Someone is attacking the market!" Voice after voice spread through the entire market in an instant through the vibrations of the sound waves. "Enemy attack! Attack the market!" In the sky, the inner core experts who heard the voices were all stunned. They looked at each other, as if asking who was attacking the market. "How audacious! You dare to attack the market? Do you think there's no one left in my Shangguan clan? As the cold words fell, many figures appeared in the market. Each of them emitted inner core aura. There were many of them. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people appeared. They were all from the Shangguan clan. Their eyes were cold as they glanced at the dumbfounded inner core experts. After the previous incident, the market had strengthened the protection of experts. The experts who appeared now could completely wipe out the many forces here. Being glanced at by the experts of the Shangguan clan, the inner core experts who were chasing after them were stunned. They were only here to chase people, not to attack the market. Moreover, they had already stopped outside the market. How could it be called an enemy attack? Seeing the murderous intent of the Shangguan clan cultivators on the other side, many Danyuan cultivators' expressions became unnatural. With the example of the 4 major forces being wiped out as an example, who would still dare to recklessly attack the market? At this moment, they wished they could curse these blind guards to death. They were really blind. Couldn't they see that they had already stopped outside the market? How dare they say that it was an enemy attack? Were they all *king blind? But before they could explain, an extremely cold voice came from the market again. Those who attack the market will be killed without mercy. A crazy killing intent gushed out from the market, causing the inner core experts' hearts to tremble. At the same time, there was a powerful aura that far surpassed the early inner core stage. This is the mid-inner core stage. The moment they felt this aura, all the inner core experts' faces changed. It was very difficult to advance in the inner core stage. In the entire chaotic lands, there are countless early inner core experts. However, less than 10% of them had the chance to reach the mid-inner core stage. And every mid-inner core expert had proven that they had relied on their own strength to avoid the heavenly lightning tribulation. Or they had a great opportunity to obtain the Yuan liquid. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the early and mid-inner core stage, the difference in strength was at least 10 times. As for battle prowess, the difference could be even greater. Under normal circumstances, a mid-inner core expert could easily crush an early inner core expert. The mid-stage primal core expert was a middle-aged man in black robes. He appeared in the middle of the market and arrived in front of the Shangguan clan. His cold gaze swept over the primal core experts, causing all the primal core experts to tremble in fear. Even Heifeng and Yilang, who had the potential to reach the mid-inner core stage, were filled with fear. So you're the ones who want to attack the Shangguan clan's market? The middle-aged man retracted his cold gaze, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. No, great lord, this is a misunderstanding, said one of the inner core experts in the crowd. His voice was trembling because of fear. Although the others didn't say anything, their faces were pale. As for the killing intent around them, it had already disappeared without a trace. The 4 major powers that had been wiped out were a good example. Attacking the market was such a big accusation that they couldn't accept it. It was something that could cost them their lives. Moreover, the strength that the other party had displayed was enough to slaughter them all. Then why are you here? The middle-aged man swept his gaze over the crowd again. We're just here to chase after someone. A barbarian called Zichin, a monk, said one of them nervously. After saying that, he lowered his head. Hearing this name, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and his pupils shrank slightly. They stole our Yuan liquid. We're here to get it back. Moreover, we have no intention of attacking the market, so we stopped here, said another inner core expert directly. Such straightforward words immediately caused an uproar. Yuan liquid was something that was even more valuable than the legendary supreme grade Yuan stones. It was almost priceless, and everyone wanted to get it. In the market, many cultivators looked over at the monk and Zichin. For a moment, their eyes were filled with greed, especially those who had stopped at the early stage of the inner core realm. This was the only shortcut for them to break through. Bullshit, the yuan liquid was originally mine. You wanted to steal it, and now you dare to complain. Zi Chen's voice rang out in the market. Once these words were spoken, everyone was even more certain that he had liquefied origin essence on him. Quite a few people's eyes turned green. Barbarian, how dare you quibble? A loud shout came from outside the market. You stole something, and you don't dare to admit it. Come out if you have the ability. My lord, please uphold justice for us and take back our liquefied essence. After that, the other inner core experts spoke up. The middle-aged man's sneer gradually turned into a thick sneer. Entering the market, you'll naturally be protected. If you want to enter, you can do so at any time. If you don't, quickly leave. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned and left. The other inner core experts followed and hid in every corner of the market. Sir, said one of the inner core experts, unwillingly, after 3 breaths, if you're still here, kill without mercy. The middle-aged man did not look back and quickly disappeared. However, his cold voice made people's hearts tremble. The group of inner core experts was helpless. They looked around and made a decision in an instant with their spiritual thoughts. After leaving a few people behind to enter the city, the others left and stopped dozens of miles away. Obviously, they were going to block them. The efficiency of the Shangguan family is really fast. It hasn't been long, and they've already built a bigger market. In the market, Zi Chun praised repeatedly, not caring about the greedy eyes around him. As long as they were in the market, no one dared to touch them. Everywhere they went, they were pointed at by many people. Zi Chen chose to ignore them. He and the devil ape began to eat and drink. They ate from one end of the street to the other. Just like that, they ate crazily. When the two were almost full and the monk's stomach was growling, a person came forward and said respectfully, "Sir, my sir invites you." "Your sir?" Zi Chun was stunned. "Yes, he's in the treasure pavilion." Zi Chun and the monk nodded and then followed the other person to the treasure pavilion. The market was expanded, and the scale of the treasure pavilion had also become bigger. After entering, there were all kinds of beauties, all kinds of clothes, and most of their beautiful legs were exposed. "Go straight to the top floor." A voice sounded from their sea of consciousness. It was the middle-aged man who had forced the experts to retreat. When they reached the top floor, Zi Chun saw the middle-aged man in the place where Zi Chin used to be. The middle-aged man had a kind face. After seeing Zi Chin and the monk, he could not help but nod. Chapter 470. Zi Chin was a little confused. Tyrant also had a look of doubt on his face as he praised him the moment he came up and even talked about making a choice. "Senior, how should I address you? Why did you call us here?" After a moment of silence, Zi Chin asked while staring at the middle-aged man. "Little guy, don't be nervous. You are absolutely safe here." The middle-aged man smiled. Zi Chin was still unnatural. He had some relationship with the Shangguan clan, but he was not sure if the middle-aged man was with the clan leader or Shangguan Feixiong. To be able to remain unscathed under the pursuit of so many Dan essences, Feixiong was right. "You are extraordinary." The middle-aged man praised. "Thank you for your compliment. I was just lucky." A smile finally appeared on Zi Chen's face. Obviously, the middle-aged man was with Shangguan Feixiong. "Senior, you are from the Shangguan clan. How is Yu Er?" Zi Chen asked. "Yu Er is the princess of the Shangguan clan. Of course she is good." Zi Chen nodded. He was no longer worried about Yu Er. He asked again, "Senior, what do you mean by choice? Do you want us to do something?" The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously. He looked at Zi Chen again and said, "There is a great opportunity. I choose to give it to the two of you." "A great opportunity? What kind of opportunity?" Zi Chen and Tyrant were both startled and asked curiously. "It is about the ancient battlefield. Have you heard of it?" The middle-aged man said. Zi Chen and Tyrant looked at each other and shook their heads. indicating that they had no idea. What about the chaotic battlefield? The middle-aged man who was waiting for the two's surprise and joy asked unwillingly. The two shook their heads again. He was extremely disappointed. What an ignorant little guy. The middle-aged man laughed and explained, the chaotic battlefield is also called the ancient battlefield. It was the biggest ancient battlefield in the southern region when the alien tribes invaded. Many experts from the southern region were there to resist the alien tribes. Chen and Monk listened in silence. It was an extremely tragic battle. The alien tribes invaded and many experts were buried there. It was said that the battlefield could not withstand the terrifying power and was sunk. Chen and Tyrant's faces were filled with astonishment. To sink an ancient battlefield and a piece of land, how powerful would one's battle prowess be? The battle back then was too far away, and the truth could no longer be verified. However, many years ago, this sunken ancient battlefield once again appeared in the southern region. When Chen and the monk heard this, they were clearly shocked. It was unbelievable that the sunken land could reappear. At that time, the appearance of the distant battlefield caused a huge commotion. Many people wanted to go in and take a look. However, in the end, they discovered that this ancient battlefield actually has a requirement of strength. True Yuan and core Yuan cannot enter. Only spiritual Yuan can enter. It's just a battlefield, but it's like a training ground in the air. After that, the ancient battlefield would appear once every 1,000 years. The middle-aged man looked at the two of them and said, "And this year is another millennium. What's in the ancient battlefield?" Chen couldn't help but ask. It's an ancient battlefield, but there are also rumors that it's a small world. As for what's in it, according to the clues we've obtained so far, there are ancient beasts, precious herbs, liquefied yuan, and the inheritance and comprehension of experts. If you're lucky, you might even find a broken weapon left behind by an unparalleled expert. What? Chen and Monk exclaimed at the same time, their eyes wide open. What they lacked the most now was all kinds of spiritual liquids and precious herbs, especially Chen, who had to feed the devil ape. Recently, he had been worried sick. However, he didn't expect that someone would send him a pillow just as he was about to doze off. "Senior, do you have a quota to enter?" Chen asked anxiously. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I don't have an exact quota, but there's a chance." "Chance? What chance?" "A chance to get a quota." The middle-aged man smiled. He was very straightforward. Without waiting for Chen to ask, he took out a token and said, "Only with this token can you get a chance to get a quota. 1 token can bring 5 people." As he spoke, the middle-aged man tossed the command medallion to Chen and said, "Refine the command medallion. There will be an accurate path within it, and the trial will open in a month. At that time, take the command medallion and enter the trial grounds, and then think of a way to obtain the position medallion." Chen took the token and thanked him profusely. This was really a great opportunity. Moreover, Chen didn't think that he couldn't get a quota if he joined forces with Monk. "Senior, why do you have such a token?" Before leaving, Chen asked the question in his heart. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't think too much. Every market has at least one of this token. It was originally used for auction, but this area is not stable. Naturally, no one wants to buy it. Since you're here, I'll give it to you." When Chen heard this, he expressed his gratitude once more before retreating respectfully. The middle-aged man closed his eyes. Just as he had said, every city square had such a token, and it could only be obtained through auctions. This was also a way to earn money. As for the number of slots, it all depended on the wishes of the few major powers. As soon as the two left the pavilion of 10,000 treasures, they met 2 inner core experts. The excited Chen almost bumped into them. "Barbarian, consider yourself lucky, but you better stay here and don't leave." The other party warned with cold eyes. "Idiot." Chen curled his lips and said disdainfully, "What did you say?" One of them was angry and stared at Zichen. "I said you're an idiot." Zichen repeated with a trace of mockery. The inner core expert clenched his fists and teeth. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Idiot, you appeared in front of me purely to be scolded. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of my way," Zichen said coldly, not afraid of the other party. At the entrance of the pavilion of 10,000 treasures, there were many cultivators coming in and out. Seeing the scene, they all stopped, especially when they saw the inner core experts scolding the inner core experts. Their faces were filled with surprise. "He's that barbarian, the one with the spiritual liquid. Oh my God! How dare he scold the inner core experts?" Yes, he and the monk were chased by dozens of inner core experts. They fled all the way here. Discussions could be heard from the crowd, hearing about the spiritual liquid. All the cultivators' eyes were filled with surprise. "No, he's that tycoon barbarian." Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. This was a survivor of the market battle. He had seen Zichen's power, and at that time, Zichen was with the monk. "Tycoon barbarian." Yes, it's him. With his own strength, he killed hundreds of inner core experts. He's known as the invincible inner core expert. Someone else spoke, recognizing Zichen. After that, Zichen's deeds quickly spread. At that time, he scolded the 4 cave masters of the Black Dragon Pool in the market. He also scolded the Black Tiger Peak Master of the Wu Lufeng. "Just like now," a cultivator said. Hearing this, the crowd was relieved. No wonder this person was so daring. There was a precedent. Looking at the 2 inner core experts, they were indeed fuming. "Idiots, why aren't you scramming? Do you want to go back with me and be my watchdog?" Zichen continued scolding, angering the 2 inner core experts. "Stop shouting. I want watchdogs. Why are you shouting like wolves?" Zichen curled his lips in disdain. The 2 inner core experts were fuming, but they did not dare to shout. They quickly shut their mouths, not allowing themselves to make a sound out of anger. "That's right. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Not bad. You have a future." Zichen's words drove the 2 crazy. Around them, many inner core experts also witnessed the eloquence of this tycoon barbarian. They were all impressed. In the end, the 2 inner core experts were scolded away by Zichen. Zichen and the monk also found an inn to stay in. Of course, it was a more expensive room. The 2 of them did not lack money at all. The 2 of them stayed in the market. Zichen and the monk were usually cultivating. Whenever they were in a bad mood, Zichen would walk around the streets and see if there was anyone who dared to provoke him. In the past, there were always inner core experts threatening and provoking him. After being scolded by Zichen and running away, no one dared to provoke him anymore. No one provoked him, so there was no one to scold. Zichen was a little unhappy. After that, he relaxed his requirements. If any inner core experts dared to look at him coldly and follow him, he would scold them. In just half a month, the reputation of the tycoon barbarian spread. Other than being generous and forthright, his ability to scold people was also top-notch. "Master, how you're here? What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood today?" In front of a barbecue wing stall, the owner brought a stool for Zichen with a face full of smiles. In the past half a month, Zichen had been patronizing this stall. He was very generous. Serve me the barbecue wing." Zichen nodded and sat down on the stool. The barbecue wing beside him was served instantly. Eating the wing, Zichen's gaze swept across the inner core experts who followed him all the way. Seeing this, the latter turned around and left. "Idiot, stop right there." Zichen scolded them, but they didn't listen. They moved even faster, and Zichen's scolding speed wasn't slow either. And so he sat there and scolded them until they disappeared. Wherever they went, there would be wisps of smoke in the air. There were already quite a few cultivators gathered around. They had all come to listen to Chen scold people. In the past half a month, Chen had set a rule. After scolding someone, he would treat them to a good meal. At this time, quite a few people had gathered around. Chen shouted, "Come, come, come. Everyone must be tired from listening to me. Come and eat." "Thank you, Master Hao." Everyone didn't stand on ceremony and began to eat. After several bottles of wine were brought over, they began to drink and chat. 5 miles to the north, I saw several figures today. They seemed very strong. I saw them too. There were quite a few of them. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were all talking about what was happening outside or what was happening in the city. Chen quietly listened. He began to think about where the inner core experts were hiding, as well as where they were surrounding him. Several days later, Chen's expression became gloomy. He didn't even have the mood to scold people anymore. That was because those inner core experts had intentionally or unintentionally blocked all his paths to the trial region. They seemed to have guessed that he was going to the trial region. "You can go now. Any later, and it'll be too late." At this time, the middle-aged man transmitted to the two of them. "P.S. Haha, it's finally time to update. This state is worthy of praise." Chapter 471. Master Hao. Master Hao is here. Please come in. Walking on the street, many vendors greeted Chen warmly. In just half a month, Chen's reputation had spread far and wide. Seeing Chen, the vendors were in a good mood, but Chen was in a bad mood. Behind him, there were 2 Dan Prime cultivators. They did not try to hide it, and their mouths were full of sarcasm and cold smiles. They seemed to have guessed that Chen would leave in a few days. Chen was already in a bad mood. His heart was filled with anger, so he was not in the mood to scold them. However, the provocative expressions of these 2 people caused the anger in Chen's heart to rise. So he sat down and cursed. From beginning to end, he did not repeat his words, which made the 2 Dan Prime cultivators so angry that they had the urge to kill. However, the 2 could still control themselves and did not leave. But after a while, the 2 turned and left, smoke rising from their heads. "Just you wait. If you have the guts, don't ever leave." But unlike before, the 2 with smoke rising from their heads still had the courage to say such harsh words. Sure enough, these harsh words caused them to receive a barrage of angry curses. The curses reverberated throughout the market. The 2 of them left in a sorry state, and the surrounding onlookers looked at Chen with admiration. "Come, come, come. Everyone is tired of watching. Let's continue eating." Pointing at the barbecued meat in front of him, Chen laughed heartily. "Thank you, Master Hao. Thank you, Master Hao." The scene was almost the same as half a month ago. Everyone began to eat, eating heartily and chatting as they ate. They specifically talked about things outside the market, and useful and useless news came one after another. "Right, Master Hao, do you plan to stay here forever?" Suddenly a cultivator asked. "Of course. Master Hao is rich. Even if you live in the market for hundreds of years, it won't be a problem. There are Dan Prime cultivators outside. Master Hao will naturally live here. Let's compete with them in patience." Many people spoke. Chen smiled, looked at them, and said, "I won't stay for too long. I'll leave in a day or 2. Then he looked at the crowd. "It's fate to be able to gather here. Everyone, eat to your heart's content. Master Hao, let us toast you." Jars of wine were brought up. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chen paid the bill and bade farewell to the crowd. When he returned to the inn, the crowd of spectators dispersed one after another and went to find an inn to rest. In their hearts, they were more or less disappointed at the departure of the God of Fortune. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only one person behind. He still held half a skewer of roasted chicken wings in his hand, and his intoxicated eyes suddenly became incomparably fierce. "Tyrant barbarian, you'll die the moment you leave this place. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he fiercely bit down on the last half of the roasted wing skewer, swallowing even the bones. After finishing the barbecued wing, he burped with a mixture of wine and barbecued meat before walking out of the market. Once you get a spot to enter the ancient battlefield, remember to be careful. Other than beasts, you have to be careful of other people. All the geniuses of the southern region might be gathered there. Maybe even sky-level warriors will appear. As soon as he returned to the inn, Zi-chun heard the middle-aged man's voice transmission. His expression turned grave. The southern region was boundless, and there were countless experts and forces. In the entire southern region, the land of chaos was just a drop in the ocean. However, the ancient battlefield this time actually gathered all the geniuses of the southern region. Zi-chun had no choice but to take it seriously. However, the most important thing right now was to leave this place and get a spot. The news of Zi-chun's departure quickly spread to the ears of the core realm experts. Wild Wolf and Heifeng were both people who had experienced the heavenly lightning tribulation and had core weapons. Their strength was also outstanding among the experts. This kid is very cunning and sly. What he said, so casually, is most likely a lie, said Heifeng. That's right. Wild Wolf nodded and said, he must have guessed that there are people among you who are spying on him. That's why he said that. Then what should we do now? Asked a core realm expert. Tighten the defense and let them continue to spy on him. Maybe this kid wants to pass off the fake as the real thing and sneak out. Wild Wolf's eyes shone with cold light. As long as he dares to come out, we can beat him up. Damn it, he's too arrogant. An expert, who had been scolded by Zi-chun, said hatefully. Zi-chun discussed with the monk in the inn for 2 days and decided to leave on the 3rd day. During this time, he made some preparations. 2 days passed quickly, and the 3rd day arrived. Early in the morning, when the golden sun had just risen, many cultivators gathered at the entrance of the market. They were all rushing out early in the morning, and there were many of them in groups of 3 to 5. Just as the people in the market were surprised, the door of the market opened. Many people rushed out of the market like a flood. Why are there so many people? Looking at the crowd, the core realm expert in charge of surveillance was dumbfounded. Has that barbarian come out? Asked a core realm expert. No, he's still in the inn. The core realm expert in charge of surveillance replied. Impossible, there's so many people. That brat must have come out. Everyone be careful. That brat should be in the crowd. Wolf glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, more and more people left the market. There were already more than 100 people. Although there were many people, they could see clearly that Zi-chun and the monk were nowhere to be found. Go catch them and search carefully. That brat might have used a disguise technique. Black Wind also shouted. Naturally, he used his spiritual sense. Before the group of Dan Essence stage cultivators could make a move, the U-Air cultivators that had rushed out suddenly scattered like a flood, and then rushed in all directions. Chase! Chase after them! Black Wind shouted. He immediately turned into a ray of light and chased after the scattered people. Stop! All of you stop, or you'll be killed without mercy. The core realm expert's cold voice resounded through the sky. There was also a hint of killing intent. Some people in the sky heard and quickly stopped. However, there were still many people who tried to escape. Stop! Why are you running? If you continue to run, we'll kill you without mercy. A core realm expert who was trying to escape was stopped. His eyes were full of coldness. Sir, please spare my life. I just want to earn more vitality stones. Being stopped by the core realm expert, Yukong was terrified. What vitality stones? Yesterday, someone told us that if we leave the market today, we'll get 1 upper grade vitality stone. If we can run 10 miles, we'll get 2, and so on. The further we run, the more vitality stones we get. Hearing this, The core realm expert was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. What the hell was this? He wanted to kill him with a slap. After killing Yukong easily, he went after the next target. Many core realm experts chased after the escaping Yukong. Some were killed, and some were knocked unconscious. Looking around, they all shook their heads. There was no target. Damn it, did we fall into a trap? Looking at the people who did not get anything, Black Wind could not help but curse. In Wolf's eyes, there was also a hint of coldness. Then he shouted, "Go and see if those two brats are still in the inn." The door of the inn was forced open. Then core realm experts' panicked voices could be heard. "Oh no, they're not here." "Damn it, did they run away?" Wolf was furious. Wong. Just then, a trembling sound came from afar. The void was torn open, and the clouds in the sky scattered. In the sky, a shining mirror appeared. It was dozens of meters in size, and rays of beautiful light shone down. "That's the ancient mirror." Wolf turned his head. Cold light shone in his eyes. This was a special ancient mirror. Its attacking power was not very strong, but it could see through all illusions. It was the last trump card of the group. It was placed on the path leading to the depths of the inn. Now it was activated. Looking at the direction where the light shone, there was a bald monk and an unfamiliar young man in the light. In the arms of the unfamiliar young man, there was a demon ape. "It's them." The wild wolf's eyes flickered as it let out a loud roar. It instantly transformed into a huge monster and charged over. "Stop them." At the same time, the other core realm experts also rushed towards Zichin and the monk. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Looking at the broken ancient mirror, Zichin could not help but curse. In the light, the monk revealed his true body. He was also depressed. His plan for the past few days was about to succeed. Who would have thought that there would be a broken mirror? With their true bodies exposed, the two turned into flowing light and ran away. Boom! While running, a terrifying aura surged around the two. At the same time, their core weapons appeared. Shining with golden light, they smashed towards the core realm experts who were blocking their way. Swoosh! The demon ape also appeared at this moment. It split into dozens of clones, each holding a core weapon. Emitting a terrifying aura, it smashed towards the core realm experts. Seeing so many attacks and clones, the core realm experts' minds went blank. They subconsciously wanted to dodge. "Don't dodge. Hold on. Don't dodge. Stop them." Soon, the voices of the core realm experts rang out. Boom! A fierce battle broke out. Many energy attacks drowned the three. The ancient battlefield that only opened once every 1,000 years was about to open. Many powers in the Bedlam lands had begun to fight for a spot. They had paid a great price to obtain one token after another. However, the token was not a spot, but a chance to obtain a spot. For this, the 5 overlords of Chaos City had specially opened up a trial field. This was a small world that had already been discovered. They had opened the entrance, and the spots to enter the ancient battlefield were inside. Some of the smaller powers had brought their experts and brought their tokens. Each token was limited to 5 people. Some powers brought 4 or 5 tokens and sent dozens of experts. They were determined to obtain a spot. The entrance to the small world was guarded by many core realm experts. Of course, there were also quite a few people who came to join in the fun. The Luo family has come. Heavens, they actually took out 4 tokens. Based on the fact that each token is worth at least 100,000 high-grade origin stones. That's 400,000. Amidst the exclamations, 20 members of the Luo family flew through the air and entered the small world. There are also people from the Ning clan. They also came and took 2 tokens. Amidst the exclamations, one power after another arrived. They were all here for the spots. There was no need to explain the rules. Everyone who entered knew that, intentionally or unintentionally, Many powers were competing with the number of tokens they had. Boom! At this moment, the sky trembled. Following that, a powerful aura surged in the sky. P.S. That was close. I almost stopped updating. On the 11th of November, there was an event on the website. For today and tomorrow, stamps, VIP, and subscriptions were all sold at half price. In other words, a 3,000-word chapter cost 9 cents. Now, it was only 4.5 cents. It was only for 2 days. Those who did not subscribe but felt that the book was good could subscribe. Chapter 472. The tremors in the sky came abruptly. Everyone was stunned. Those who were about to enter the small world also stopped subconsciously and looked into the distance. Boom! Boom! The tremors in the sky continued, and they were getting closer and closer. This was the sound of a battle. As the tremors got closer, the void in the sky suddenly tore open, and a huge crack appeared, spreading in all directions. There are people fighting. With such intense energy waves, there should be many inner core experts. Outside the small world, many cultivators who saw the void being torn open were shocked. Only the people from the major forces were indifferent. Under the torn void, 2 small black dots appeared. They were 2 figures, and they were flying towards the small world. Stop! Stop! Damn barbarians! I'm going to beat your ass. Stop! What else can you do other than running and scolding people? Do you dare to stop and fight? Angry roars came from the sky. Figures appeared one after another, emitting powerful inner core aura. With a glance, there were no less than 50 of them. This was a greater number than before. Outside the small world, the experts who saw this scene were all stunned. So many inner core experts are chasing after 2 people. What's going on? But soon the shock turned into shock. Because the 2 black dots were getting closer, they saw the 2 people clearly. One was a young man, and the other was a monk. Both of them were flying in the sky. Oh my God! A group of inner core experts are chasing after 2 inner core experts. This is unbelievable. What did the 2 of them do to provoke more than 50 inner core experts to attack at the same time? The people in the air outside the small world exclaimed in surprise. Every one of them widened their eyes. Even the primal core experts of the major forces were surprised. Zi Qin and the monk were getting closer. Both of them were covered in blood, and their spirits were weak. They had suffered different degrees of injuries. But it was a miracle that they could escape from a group of inner core experts and survive for more than 10 days. The inner core weapons in their hands emitted a terrifying aura. Every time they got close to the inner core experts, their inner core weapons could block 1 or 2 attacks. This is a pill weapon. Seeing the items in the 2 Yukong's hands, everyone was dumbfounded. The 2 Yukongs were actually holding 2 pill weapons. This made many nascent core eccentrics who didn't have any pill weapons become envious. Their expressions fluctuated and their eyes flashed. Compared to these Danyuan cultivators, the rest of the Yu-Sky cultivators were much more direct. Their eyes were filled with greed as they kept looking at Zi Qin and the monk. They seemed to be calculating who was the weaker one. However, the numerous primal core experts in the surroundings made them extremely wary. They could only suppress their greed. Stop them! They have Yuan liquefied on them. Hurry up and stop them! They have alchemy weapons and liquefied elemental essence. Seeing the 2 of them quickly approaching the entrance of the small world, the Dan origin experts behind them grew anxious. They had chased after them from the periphery, and their numbers had only increased. However, they had not been able to kill their enemies. This caused their anger to overtake their greed, and they spoke without any hesitation. As soon as the liquefied Yuan appeared, it caused a huge commotion. Numerous gazes once again fell on Zi Qin and Tyrant. Immediately, a primal core expert stepped in front of Zi Qin and Tyrant. Behind him, the experts were overjoyed. Token! The primal core expert was expressionless as he shouted coldly, "Swoosh!" Chen took out the token and threw it far away. The token drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed in the hands of the primal core expert. The other party caught the token, glanced at it, and nodded. After glancing at the long spear in Chen's hand, he dodged to the side. Hence, under the incredulous gazes of the primal core experts, Chen and Tyrant rushed into the small world. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? They have liquefied elemental essence and alchemy weapons. How could they put them in the small world? Just as everyone was in a daze, angry curses came from behind them. Are you King stupid? We asked you to stop them, but you let them in. Didn't you hear me talking about liquefied elemental essence? Are you King deaf? Or did you put them in on purpose? You treat our words as wind. Are you deliberately going against us, or are you courting death? They had been chasing for more than 10 million miles, and the anger in their hearts had long been burning. Seeing Chen and Tyrant enter the small world, this extreme anger instantly erupted. There were more than 50 of them, and they approached from the sky. Each of them was filled with murderous intent, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. They stared at the guy with the token, as if they were ready to fight. But before the other party could explain, Dan Yuan's voice came from the Overlord side. Shangguan Chuanming, what do you mean by letting them in? Shangguan Chuanming. The expressions of the primal core experts who had been chasing Chen for thousands of miles changed instantly when they heard this name. This name seemed to have a strange magical power that echoed in their minds, and then began to spread downward, instantly extinguishing the anger in their hearts. The magical power of this name was obviously strong enough. After extinguishing the anger, there was still some power that made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Shangguan Chuanming, Shangguan clan. The eyes of the primal core experts were filled with fear. This was a true colossus, an overlord force in the Bedlam lands, an absolute king. At this moment, they actually scolded someone from an overlord force, and even said that the other party was courting death. Many of the primal core experts could not help but tremble. Those who hold the token are qualified to enter the small world. The expert called Shangguan Chuanming glanced indifferently at the primal core experts, and then his gaze swept across the group in the sky. His indifferent gaze turned cold. Waves of murderous intent suddenly appeared from more experts of the Shangguan clan, directly locking onto the primal core experts. Their originally frightened expressions turned into fear, and many of them broke out in cold sweat. However, this wave of murderous intent disappeared as quickly as it came. When it dissipated, Shangguan Chuanming's cold voice rang out. If you want to learn from others, suppress your cultivation and go to the small world. There will be a fair battle there. As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Chuanming turned and left. The primal core experts realized that their bodies were already drenched in cold sweat. As for the experts in the distance, they were all primal core experts. They were puzzled as to why this expert from the Shangguan clan was indifferent to the liquefied yuan. Could it be that the Shangguan clan was so rich that they did not put the liquefied yuan in their eyes? Standing in the distance, the primal core experts who were not qualified to enter the small world were also puzzled. As for the primal core experts who had already arrived at the entrance of the small world, after Chen and Tyrant entered the small world, they rushed in, seemingly in a hurry. No one cared about these primal core experts anymore. There were more than 50 of them, and they were a powerful group. However, in front of the 5 overlords, 50 was not much different from 5. At this moment, they were only thinking about the 2 primal core experts. What should we do? The primal core experts looked at each other, unwilling to give up. At most, we'll suppress our cultivation and go inside to kill him. A hot-tempered expert said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other primal core experts could not help but shiver. What kind of joke was this? If they went inside to kill him, it was more likely that they would be killed instead. The two of them could slaughter Primal Core experts. In their eyes, 50 and 5 were the same. Why? You don't dare? The hot-tempered Primal Core expert swept a glance at them. He joined later and did not know how strong Zichin and Tyrant were. If you want to give them Primal Core experts for free, you can totally go in. Haifeng said coldly. He was in a bad mood. Are they that strong? They're just two? No. 3 little rats that only know how to run away. The other party sneered. That's right. They are rats. However, it was these 3 rats that used less than 3 breaths to kill a Primal Core expert who had a Primal Core expert's weapon. Wild Wolf said unhappily. What? The other party's expression changed. His understanding of Zichin and Tyrant was limited to Primal Core experts and liquefied yuan. Humph! Wild Wolf snorted coldly. Obviously, he had no intention to explain further. On the side, a Primal Core expert explained in a low voice, saying some of the deeds of Zichin and Tyrant. What? They are actually so strong that they killed 2 Primal Core experts? The other party's expression changed again. He was very surprised. To be precise, 6 of them. Someone on the side emphasized. The other party's expression kept changing. The deeds of the 2 were beyond his expectations. However, as a strong expert who had survived the heavenly thunder tribulation, he obviously would not be frightened by this. After pondering for a moment, he said, Perhaps they are very strong, but they only killed ordinary Zephyr Realm experts. Didn't you notice that those who entered here were all in the late stage of the Zephyr Realm, and they were all people from major forces? After a pause, the other party said, If I'm not wrong, they have already encountered trouble. Perhaps they are already seriously injured and are now in danger. As for us, even if we suppress our cultivation, we are still at the peak of the Zephyr Realm, coupled with our Primal Core experts. What do we have to fear? His words were reasonable and made many people feel moved. Only the Primal Core experts who had been chasing from the outer regions did not think much of it. What a joke! More than 50 Primal Core experts could not kill the other party. Suppressing their strength and entering the small world was the other party's main battlefield. Entering was purely courting death. Under the cold gazes of Black Wind and Wild Wolf, there were actually 4 people who were willing to enter. Good. After killing the barbarians, we will divide the essence liquid equally, the 4 said loudly with soaring heroism. This attracted many, rolling their eyes. These 4 people were all new. They had only seen Zichin and Tyrant fleeing with serious injuries. They had not seen the other party's strong combat strength. Stop! This is the trial ground. How can I let you enter as you wish? Shangguan Chuanming appeared again, stopping them. First Lord, didn't you say earlier that we can enter as long as we suppress our cultivation? One of them asked in a very respectful tone. Oh, did I say that? A playful smile appeared on Shangguan Chuanming's face. You did. My lord said it himself earlier, the others said solemnly. Very well, then. You may enter. Shangguan Chuanming smiled and directly stepped aside. This surprised the 4 people who were about to release their blood. The 4 people's figures flashed and disappeared into the entrance of the small world. Shangguan Chuanming, aren't you afraid that they will take the opportunity to snatch a spot? One of them asked. If they can come out alive, what's the harm in giving them a spot? Shangguan Chuanming smiled. P.S. Because of the pressure and anger, his spirit almost collapsed, so he covered his head and fell asleep. Only 1 chapter was updated yesterday. Today, as compensation, there will be 4 chapters. The following are complaints. You can choose to skip them. Writing this book is very stressful. From the beginning to now, every chapter has been revised more than 4 times. During this period, every sentence and word will be changed. This kind of revision is almost a problem. I don't know what kind of essential effect this kind of revision has for everyone who reads only a few lines, but I want to say that this kind of almost pathological revision seriously affects the speed of writing. Therefore, this book's updating speed is not fast. On average, it is only 8,500 words per day. Recently, I have been adjusting to not be disturbed by trivial matters and affect my mood. I strive to maintain an average of 10,000 words per day. Since it was a complaint, it naturally contradicted itself and did not make sense. Chapter 473. Just as the outside world had guessed, Zichen and the monk ran into trouble as soon as they arrived in the small world. The two of them were covered in blood, and their spirits were low. However, they had elixir weapons that many inner core experts did not have. Naturally, they were coveted by others. As soon as Zichen and the monk entered, they were surrounded. It was the group of Zephyrs from before. There were 20 of them, and they were from the same faction. Perhaps because they saw that the two of them were not ordinary, they did not attack them immediately. Instead, they chose to surround them. "Hand over your elixir weapons, and we can let you go," the leader of the group said. He was a young man in luxurious purple robes. At such a young age, he was already at the advanced stage of the Zephyr realm. Clearly, he was either a genius or a monster. The surrounding Zephyrs shrunk the encirclement again, and they looked at the two of them coldly. "You guys are so close. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill all of you with a sweep?" Zichen looked around, and the spear in his hand moved. When everyone heard that, their expressions changed slightly, and they stepped back subconsciously. The encirclement expanded again. The elixir weapons were very powerful. If they surrounded them at such a close distance, they would only die faster. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Guan, from the Lu family of Chaos City. The young man stepped forward slowly with a confident smile. "You guys are already at the end of your rope. You won't be able to hold on for long. We don't need to do anything. Without treatment, you guys will die soon. So, hand over your elixir weapons and recover from your injuries." "You sure are confident." Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. His and the monk's injuries were very serious. They were low in spirits, and their bodies were covered in blood. If they were ordinary people, they might have died from their injuries. However, these two were not ordinary people. "I still have things to do. My patience is limited. Hand over your elixir weapons, and I can spare your lives. I can even give you some elixirs." Lu Guan's smiling face turned cold instantly. "Otherwise, I'll kill you." Waves of killing intent surged, and the spirit weapons shone brightly. More than 10 advanced stage Zephyrs were in the air, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. "My time is limited. You guys make a decision, quickly," Lu Guan said coldly, and at the same time he stepped back. Lu Guan retreated out of the encirclement, and energy surged out of his body. These energies rushed towards the sky, as if they had fused into one. The life force auras of the 19 cultivators in the area vanished, transforming into an even more powerful life force aura that was no weaker than that of Patriarch Core. This is a combined attack formation. Zichen and Tyrant's expressions changed slightly as they saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The moment Xiao Chen entered, he ran into a joint attack formation. Clearly, the competition for the slots to enter the small world would be a little difficult. "What, still not making your choice?" Lu Guan asked coldly. "Don't worry, we're waiting for someone," Zichen said, as relaxed as ever. "Waiting? Who are we waiting for?" "Reinforcements." Lu Guan sneered. Zichen shook his head. "No, we're waiting for our enemies." "Oh, look, they're here." Zichen pointed behind Lu Guan. "Humph, let's see what tricks you can play." Only Lu Guan turned his head. As expected, he saw the other party's enemies. There were 4 of them, all of whom were Patriarch Core. At this moment, they had suppressed their strength and came to this small world. Lu Guan's expression changed slightly, and he looked a little unnatural. He's over there. At this moment, the four found Zichen surrounded and quickly rushed over. Haha, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Now hand over your elixir. At this moment, a spiritual thought resounded in the air. The void broke open silently, and a tall figure walked out from it. His hair was as black as ink, and each hair stood up like steel needles, emitting a cold light. A pair of blood-red eyes stared coldly at the four people. What's that? The four people's expressions changed. They were latecomers and had never seen the transformed demon ape. The demon ape had a violent aura and held a black stick in his hand. The black stick exuded a powerful aura that only elixir weapons had. Although they had never seen the demon ape, they could see greed and hostility in its eyes. They reacted instantly, either taking out their elixir weapons or mobilizing their yuan-chi to prepare for battle. Boom! The demon ape had already made the first move. The long stick in his hand danced, and a pitch-black light flashed. With a mountain-like aura, it hit one of the elixir masters. The elixir masters roared, and the yuan-chi in his body surged wildly, forming a protective light shield one after another to block the attack. At this moment, the other three elixir masters also launched their attacks. Two of the elixir weapons whistled, hitting the sides of the demon ape. Another battle technique hit the demon ape's head. Bang! Wherever the long stick passed, the defensive light shields of the elixir masters were instantly broken, causing the heaven and earth to shake. As the elixir masters' expressions changed, the long stick broke through their defenses and smashed towards the elixir master's head. A shrill scream was heard, accompanied by a loud bang. The long stick broke the elixir master's body, and blood and flesh splattered. A spirit ring and elixir masters fell to the ground. With one blow, the demon ape had easily defeated elixir masters who had suppressed their realm. After that, its solid body suddenly turned illusory, and several attacks swept past it, dispersing the illusory figure. Not far away, Lu Guan, who saw the scene, was completely dumbfounded. This inexplicable creature actually had such combat strength. Since when did such a strong demonic beast appear in the small world? The other elixir masters' expressions also changed. The battle was not over yet. Just as the demon ape's illusory figure was dispersed, the void behind another elixir master broke open silently. The demon ape's tall figure appeared again, and the long stick in its hand smashed down again. Bang! A dull explosion, accompanied by blood and a shrill scream, was heard at the same time. Another elixir master was easily defeated, and his elixir master and spirit ring fell into a pile of flesh and blood. In just a breath's time, two of the four elixir masters who came in had already died, and the demon ape had only made 2 attacks. The other 2 elixir masters' expressions changed drastically. Even though they were holding elixir weapons, they were still frightened. After that, they turned and left without saying anything. They cursed their damned luck. Why did they encounter such a perverted creature as soon as they came in, and then flee in panic? Kill the demon ape. Don't leave a single one alive. After Zichen's cold voice fell, the remaining 2 elixir masters realized that they were wrong, very wrong. At the same time, they couldn't help but think of the contemptuous and disdainful expressions of the others when the 4 of them were talking about the distribution of the liquefied yuan. They are in cahoots. As soon as this thought came to their minds, they felt the sky darken and a huge stick fell down. No, the 2 elixir masters exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with fear. They urged their elixir weapons to block and retreat. There was already pity in Lu Guan's eyes. This was the entrance to the small world, but not the exit. They couldn't get out. Looking at Zichen and the monk again, Lu Guan had an inexplicable fear in his heart. When Lu Guan turned his head again, he found that the entrance to the small world had changed. It had become an exit. But before he could take a closer look, there was a loud tremor in the sky. Bang! A elixir weapon was shaken out of his hand and flew out diagonally. The sky trembled, and the black stick of an unknown demonic beast fell on the elixir masters' heads. They were only a few meters away from the exit, but today these few meters became an eternity. One elixir master died halfway. 3 of the 4 who came were already dead. There was only one elixir master left. His luck wasn't bad, and he had already run to the exit. His body ignited with light, which was caused by soul ignition, making his speed even faster. The exit was right in front of him. He rushed over and saw the many elixir masters. He saw the surprised and mocking expressions on their faces, and he also felt that the battle strength in his body had completely reached the elixir master level. But before he could heave a sigh of relief, he felt the top of his head go dark. A pitch-black stick rushed out of the exit, arrived above his head, and smashed down fiercely. Bang! Under the stunned gazes of the elixir masters, another explosion sounded. Blood splattered again, and minced meat covered the entire passage. Elixir weapons, elixir essences, and spirit rings fell into the minced meat, covered in blood. A big black hand appeared and grabbed these 3 items, not caring about the blood and flesh that stained them. Around them, the elixir masters looked at each other. In the distance, Wild Wolf and Hafing sneered disdainfully. They had already expected this scene, but they were still surprised by the speed of their deaths. Looking at the pile of flesh, Shangguan Chuanming's expression didn't change. He waved his hand, and the flesh and blood disappeared. With a second wave of his hand, the exit of the small world became the entrance again. It's too scary. What is that black guy? He actually killed an elixir master with an elixir weapon with a single strike. Is this the 3rd person they were talking about? He's so scary. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard from all around. Everyone in the Yu clan was stunned. As for those inner core experts, their faces were also filled with shock. They were the ones who asked to see how the 4 of them were doing. They didn't expect to see such an easy massacre. In the scene, besides the shocked elixir masters, there were also a few elixir masters whose faces were pale. They were the Liu family's masters. They naturally saw the elixir masters surrounding the 2 of them through the temporarily changed passage. At this moment, they were full of worry, afraid that they would provoke the 3 of them. However, this worry was clearly unnecessary, because when the devil ape retrieved the pale weapon from the outside world and turned its head again, there was already no one around Zichen. "Where is he?" the devil ape asked curiously. At the same time, he quickly flew away and shouted, "Damn monk, don't fight for it. This is my loot." Zichen's surroundings were empty. Lu Guan ran away with his people, and Monk also went to fight for the loot with the devil ape at his fastest speed. "Let's split it in half," Monk shouted. "No, the elixir masters are mine. I only want them. The elixir weapon and the spirit ring are Zichen's," the devil ape said loudly. "Then what do you give me? You just want the flesh and blood." The devil ape's reply made Zichen laugh. In the end, Monk successfully snatched an elixir weapon and a spirit ring. He walked towards Zichen and asked, "Why didn't you kill Lu Guan? Do you really think he's so kind as to give us elixir weapons to heal our injuries?" "Of course not." Zichen smiled coldly. "He's just afraid of our strength. After we hand over the elixir weapons, our strength will be weakened. Then he'll kill us and rob us of the elixir weapons." Chapter 474. Zichen let Lu Guan go and did not kill him. It was not because he was merciful, but because he did not want to cause trouble. This was what the Danyuan had told him before they entered the small world. Zichen was quite lucky. He had met 2 people from the Shangguan clan. They were both Shangguan Feixiong's men and did not have any enmity towards him. Without the pursuit of the Danyuan, Zichen and the monk found a safe place and started to heal. Golden light flickered around the 2 of them. However, The golden light around the monk had a Buddhist nature and was very sacred. On the other hand, the golden light around Zichen was very sharp and had a destructive aura. 2 days later, the two of them recovered from their injuries. The demonic ape in charge of guarding them shrank and devoured the remaining Danyuan. The Danyuan contained strong and pure energy. However, Zichen and the monk could not absorb it. It was a pity that the demonic ape did not care and ate the Danyuan like candy. It even said that the energy was not pure. The demonic ape burrowed into Zichen's arms and started to refine the energy in the Danyuan. However, it did not fall into a deep sleep like last time. Zichen and the monk started to search for the slots. The slots were a token that was distributed in this small world. It was said that there were many of them. Whether one could obtain one depended on one's luck. Of course, it was also possible to snatch it with one's strength. The small world would only be open for a month. After a month, it would close. If no one could find a slot, they could only blame their bad luck. There were many places where the token could appear. For example, in the stomach of a demonic beast, in a crack in a mountain, in a cave, or in a tree hole. In short, the possibility was very high. Zichen and the monk seemed to have a goal, but they were also searching aimlessly. It has been 3 days, and we have not even seen the shadow of a token. Could we have been cheated? The monk could not remain calm. As long as it involved benefits, he would never remain calm. Impossible. It's just that we are not lucky enough. After pondering for a while, Zichen said, "There is no rush. There is still plenty of time. If we really cannot find one, we can only borrow one from someone else." That's right. It's the safest and most secure way to borrow peace. The monk nodded in agreement with Zichen's suggestion. The entrance to the small world was only open for 5 days. During this time, the forces that bought the tokens could arrange to fly into the small world. That's right. At the same time, there were at least 5 minor worlds that were opened at the same time, and there were 5 major forces monitoring them together. As for the profits, they were divided equally between the 5 major forces. 5 days later, the entrance to the small world was about to close. With a wave of Shangguan Chuanming's hand, the entrance to the small world disappeared. After that, the group of experts began to retreat. Many of the onlookers also sighed and turned their heads to leave. Danyuan, who had been waiting to kill Zichen, became anxious. One of them stopped Shangguan Chuanming and asked, "Hey, my lord, why did you leave? When will the people inside come out?" Shangguan Chuanming glanced at the other party coldly. The latter was under a lot of pressure and his forehead was sweating. He hurriedly stepped aside and let Shangguan Chuanming pass. After the figures completely disappeared, Shangguan Chuanming's voice rang out. 1 month later, 500,000 kilometers south. They will appear there. When everyone heard that, they exchanged glances, seeking each other's opinions. They were all Danyuan, and their strength was not very different. Hence, they did not have a leader. In the end, everyone nodded. Cold light flashed in their eyes, expressing their determination. "Let's go. We must kill him." Hence, the group of experts also headed 500,000 kilometers south. Right now, Zichen still did not know that before he left, a group of Danyuan experts was already waiting at the exit. The Ning clan was a mid-tier force in Chaos City. Their clan mainly sold weapons and had some valuable mines. For the slots to enter the ancient battlefield, they had mobilized a large amount of manpower and financial resources to purchase many tokens. Just this small world alone had used 4 tokens. One had to know that the auction price of a token started at 100,000 superior grade primal stones. There was no upper limit. If exchanged for inferior grade primal stones, it would start at 1 billion. A token was worth at least 1 billion. Just this small world alone had hundreds of tokens, and the primal stones auctioned were worth more than 1 trillion. The once-in-a-millennium slots to enter the ancient battlefield had earned a lot of wealth for the 5 overlords. At this moment, A group of 20 people from the Ning clan were searching for a slot. The leader was the genius of the Ning clan, Ning Yun. He led his subordinates and searched unhurriedly. After walking for several days without finding anything, the middle-aged man couldn't help but ask, "Young master, we clearly have a slot. Why are we not looking for our own? Why are we looking for others?" "What do you know?" Ning Yin spat out a piece of withered grass in his mouth and said indifferently, "Haven't you heard of a saying? Your own can never compare to others. But they are also looking for their own slots. They are all in secret places. It is impossible for us to find them." Ning Yun glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Do you know how many tokens there are in this small world?" 10, the middle-aged man replied. "That's right, 10. Ning Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Then do you know how many tokens there are with owners?" "Isn't it 10? The middle-aged man asked. "Idiot, how can it be so obvious?" Ning Yun glared fiercely at the middle-aged man and said, "There are only 8 slots with owners." Then he cursed fiercely. Damn it. 2 million for 1 slot. 8 slots would be 16 million, and all of them are high-grade primordial stones. These 5 overlords are really greedy. The middle-aged man didn't seem to hear the complaint. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Young master, you mean that there are still 2 slots without owners?" "Of course. There are more than a dozen forces here this time. Some of them spent all their money to buy a token. How can they not leave a chance?" Dozens of forces had spent a lot of money to buy tokens and then competed for the slots. There were originally 10 slots, but due to some objective reasons, it was reduced to 2. Even the middle-aged man didn't know what to say at this moment. However, they still had to fight for these 2 slots, because each slot was worth 2 million, and each slot was limited to 5 people. No one would complain about having too many slots. That's why everyone has to be alert for these 2 spots. Once you get them, the family will reward you handsomely. Ning Yun yawned as a sleepy look appeared on his face. Roar! A sudden beast roar shook the sky, waking Ning Yun up. The earth trembled, the trees rustled, and a wave of air blew Ning Yun's hair. What a strong beast roar! Ning Yun tidied his hair and his eyes flashed. The others were also on alert. This beast roar was full of chi, and it was incomparably strong and overbearing. It was at least a peak-level small beast. Boom! Boom! After the beast roar, there was a sound of explosion. This was the sound of energy exploding. There were people fighting in the distance. Even if they were far away, they could still hear the sound of rocks exploding, the sound of trees exploding, and the furious roar of a powerful beast. Which force is fighting? Is it the Lu family or the Luo family? Ning Yun frowned slightly and led the others to sneak in carefully. During this time, the sound of explosion continued. Boundless energy transmitted, and leaves were constantly flying. Roar! The angry beast roar sounded again, and the strong sound was deafening. It seemed to have made a heaven-shaking attack. The world trembled again, and the sound of rocks rolling down was heard. Ning Yun saw through the gap between the branches and leaves that a small peak that had just appeared suddenly collapsed, and endless smoke and dust rose into the sky. He sucked in a breath of cold air, wondering what kind of beast was so terrifying that it could destroy a mountain with one blow. He was even more certain that the beast was fighting with those forces, because except for those forces, no one could fight with such a beast. Across the mountain, Ning Yun and the others saw the scene of the battle. It was a beast that was dozens of meters tall. It looked like a giant ape, but also like a giant. Its whole body was exuding a violent aura, and every blow made the world tremble. It should be an ancient giant, but its bloodline is not pure. Although its combat power is strong, it doesn't have the magical power of the ancient giant. But only the major forces can resist it. The middle-aged man next to him said, "Boom!" The ancient giant's body was stained with blood, and it was in a state of rage. Its millstone-like palm swept out, and another low mountain was destroyed. Endless smoke and dust covered the sky. The ancient giant burst out with a powerful destructive power that shocked everyone. He took a step forward, and a deep crater appeared on the ground. An ancient tree was crushed, and the tyrannical energy crushed the broken tree, turning it into countless wood shavings. The remaining half of the tree was directly stomped into the ground. Roar! There were obvious wounds on the ancient giant's body, and blood kept flowing out. It was completely furious, and its attacks made the world tremble. When Ningyin and the others saw the ancient giant's target, their eyes almost popped out. In front of the giant, there were only two figures flashing. There were only two people. One was a young man in the middle stage of the Zephyr Realm, and the other was a monk in the late stage of the Zephyr Realm. Two people, there are only two people. The others were also dumbfounded, and their faces were full of disbelief. They never thought that only two people in the Zephyr Realm could stop the giant. Both of them were emitting golden light. One of them held a silver spear in his hand and flashed like a ghost. He moved in front of the ancient giant and attacked repeatedly. From time to time, a bloody hole would appear on the ancient giant's body and blood would gush out. As for the other monk, he was holding a long sword in his hand. He kept slashing, and the sword light kept appearing like a waterfall, leaving wounds on the giant's body. A monk with a sword. While everyone was shocked, they also felt that it was very strange. But soon they found that something was wrong, because the weapons in the hands of the two were actually alchemy weapons. Gosh, there are actually two alchemy weapons. There was a low cry. Alchemy weapons were popular goods, no matter where they were. Even the core realm old monsters might not necessarily have one, let alone the Zephyr Realm. Everyone's breathing inevitably became rapid. Who are they? Ningyan's eyes flashed and asked. Chapter 475. Ningyan and the others were watching from afar. Their eyes flashed with greed. This was a small world and there were no rules. Even if the opponent was from the 5 overlords, they would still kill him. The injured giant was irritable, and its attacks were even more powerful. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The trees were destroyed and the rocks collapsed. The terrifying energy shook the two and forced them to retreat. How can there be such a strong monster in this small world? Zi-Chin was pushed back by the giant again, and he was unwilling. When he was in the early stage of the Zephyr Realm, he was already invincible in the Zephyr Realm. Now that he was in the middle stage of the Zephyr Realm, his strength was many times stronger. But now that he joined forces with the monk, they couldn't kill the giant in a short time. Boom! After being pushed back, Zi-Chin also went berserk. His body emitted a golden light, and the aura of destruction circulated. At this moment, the elixir weapon in his hand also became incomparably terrifying. Puff! The silver spear turned golden under the extreme energy. The tip of the spear was surging with destructive aura. It directly pierced through the giant's defense and pierced into its body. At the same time, the spear suddenly slashed, and a huge wound appeared on the giant's body. Because of the pain, the giant roared and the terrifying energy rippled, destroying everything in a radius of dozens of meters. In an instant, the area became a vacuum zone. Zi-Chen dodged with extreme speed. When the energy dissipated, he went forward again. The golden light on the spear flashed, and another deep wound appeared on the giant's body. Blood gushed out like a small river. The monk with the blade didn't want to be outdone. His blade kept flashing, leaving wounds on the giant's body. But the giant's vitality was very strong, and it was difficult to kill it in one blow. Puff! Puff! Relying on its extreme speed and agility, the giant's wounds were increasing. Its angry roar also gradually decreased. During this period, the two tried their best to dodge, but they still coughed up blood. Just in the Zephyr Realm, Zi-Chan was forced to this extent. Other than Shangguan Qixing, Only the giant could do it. Isn't this too savage? A giant at the pinnacle of the lesser demon realm is being suppressed, just like that. Ziqin, who was in the middle of the battle, was very dissatisfied with the fact that the giant had not died yet. But in the distance, the people hiding in the dark were stunned. The strength of these two people was a little too strong. Even Ningyin had fear in his eyes. The two of them were not weaker than him. When he heard the giant's angry howl, the corners of his mouth twitched. These two people were simply too strong. Everyone watched coldly from the sidelines, not immediately making a move. More and more wounds appeared on the giant's body, and blood gushed out. Due to the excessive loss of blood, its speed became slower and slower, and its angry roars were no longer loud, becoming powerless. In the eyes of the crowd, death was already decided. It was only a matter of time. The young man and the monk were very strong. They did not plan to attack immediately. They wanted to wait for the two of them to exhaust each other. Who would have thought that, at this moment, the heavily injured giant actually chose to flee? It turned its head, turned around, took a step, and fled. This series of actions was extremely fast. Bang! As the foot stomped down, an ancient tree exploded, turning into sawdust. Its roots were trampled into the ground. Immediately after, another foot stomped down, causing another sky-shaking explosion. The earth continued to tremble as the giant ran away. In the distance, the people of the Ning family were dumbfounded. Who said that ancient giants are big and brainless? This speed of escape is simply amazing. The giant's huge body was not clumsy at all, and it was running in a straight line. Its speed made many people blush with shame. The size of a giant, the speed of a rabbit. Ning Yan's eyes had a touch of surprise as he commented, "Where do you think you're going?" Ziqin roared. The long spear began to tremble, emitting a golden light. It was thrown out by Ziqin, and like a golden dragon, it plunged into the giant's body. Roar! The powerful inertia caused the giant's body to tremble. It broke an ancient tree, and its huge body almost fell. The long spear was halfway through, but for the giant's huge body, this mere silver spear was like a toothpick piercing a human body. Although it was painful, it was not fatal. The giant staggered forward, and after breaking two ancient trees, he stabilized his body and ran away again. The silver spear was still stuck in his back. "Damn it, my alchemy weapon!" Ziqin roared. Golden light flashed under his feet as he chased after the giant with extreme speed. Tyrant also chased after him with his saber. Saber light flashed constantly, and a fierce attack appeared again, causing the giant to howl. "Catch up!" Ning Yin carefully chased after him. They chased for more than 10 miles before they caught up with the giant again. At this time, the giant's injuries were too serious, and his speed was greatly reduced. He simply gave up on running away and went all out again. This time around, red light was emitted from his pitch-black eyes. Red halos circulated on the surface of his body. Every single one of his attacks was capable of causing the world to tremble. His attacks were swift and frightening, far stronger than before. This giant is going all out. It seems that there is a lot of ancient giant blood flowing in his body. This is similar to the berserk giant recorded in the books. He is completely burning his own vitality to transform into a powerful attack. The people of the Ning family exclaimed. The desperate giant suppressed Ziqin and Tyrant in a short time. The two used extreme speed and began to dodge. They did not choose to meet force with force at this moment. After a while, the red light on the giant's body dimmed, and his red eyes gradually became tired. Puff! The berserk was about to end, but Tyrant showed his power at this moment. He chanted Buddhist mantras, and his figure flashed, dodging the giant's slow attack. He came to the back of the giant, and the long saber in his hand flashed with a sharp saber light. With a soft sound, the giant's arm was cut off. Bang! The severed arm fell with a dull sound. The earth shook, and a lot of smoke and dust splashed. Puff! At the same time, the long spear in Zi-Chen's hand flashed and turned into a golden spear light, cutting off the giant's other arm. The giant roared, and the red light around his body completely disappeared. The berserk ended, and he became so weak that he could not even stand properly. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Don't destroy his heart. Just as Tyrant raised his long saber again, the demon ape's voice sounded. Puff! The saber light flashed, and the giant's head was separated from his body. He was completely dead. Zi-Chen and Tyrant heaved a sigh of relief. This giant was too difficult to kill. Not far away, the people of the Ning family looked at Tyrant with strange expressions. They were all wondering if this guy was really a monk. How could he be so cruel? But the cruelty was not over. Tyrant, who had just gasped for breath, raised his long saber again and stabbed at the giant's stomach. It's a big loss without a quota. Looking at Tyrant's action, Zi-Chen panted. He had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. This big guy was very difficult to kill. After the giant died, its defense dropped significantly. The elixir weapon in Tyrant's hand pierced through it easily, and then pulled out a long wound. Give me the heart. The demon ape jumped out of Zi-Chen's arms and jumped towards the giant. Tyrant raised his saber, and in a flash he successfully separated the heart and picked it out with his long saber. It was a blood-stained heart the size of a human head. Being held by the saber, it was still beating. It showed the giant's strong vitality. That's it. It contains more pure energy than elixir essence. The demon ape's small eyes lit up. Black light lingered around its small claws. It picked up the heart that was bigger than it and ran to the side. A pet that likes to eat hearts. Looking at Tyrant's swift movements, the people of the Ning family were sure that this was not a monk, but a bald one. Ignoring Tyrant, everyone looked at the gradually disappearing demon ape in amazement. What a strange little guy. Ning Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out. Tyrant was using his long saber to poke at the giant's stomach. After a while, he picked up a token. It was a golden token. It shone with golden light and was not stained with blood. Obviously, it was made of extraordinary material. Quota. This is the quota. Looking at the token, Zi-Chen and Tyrant's eyes lit up. After half a month of searching, they finally found it. No wonder it's so hard to kill. It has a token. Zi-Chen finally understood why it was so hard to kill the giant. But he did not know that among the 10 tokens, only 2 were ownerless, and the giant was one of them. If it was so difficult for him and Tyrant to kill it, other 5-man teams would not be able to do it. It could be said that this was an unfair trial. Those small forces that went bankrupt just for a quota were purely here to make up the numbers. It was simply a dream to rely on the ancient battlefield to rise up. When Zi-Chen and Tyrant saw the token, they thought that it was a quota. But to Ningyan, it was a huge sum of money. It represented 2 million upper-grade vitality stones, which was worth 2 trillion lower-grade vitality stones. Let's do it! As soon as the command medallions appeared, they didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately charged forward, a total of 20 people in total. However, their speed was clearly much slower than Tyrant's. Tyrant had already taken the token in an instant. Not even Zi-Chen had managed to snatch it. I'll keep it. After Tyrant said that, they rushed out and began to surround the giant. Hand over the token and pill weapon, and I'll spare your lives. Ningyan's voice was ice cold. A pill weapon appeared in front of him. It was a long sword that flickered with a resplendent light. Ningyan smiled confidently. He could deal with one of the 2, and the other 19 could deal with 1. They thought that the 2 would be terrified when they saw them, but they did not expect that the other party would also shout. Hand over the token, pill weapon, and spiritual ring, and I'll spare your lives." The other party was even greedier than them, even asking for the spiritual ring. For a moment, the Ning family members were confused. Who was robbing who? "I'm talking to you. Hand over everything you have, or I'll kill you." Tyrant pointed his long sword forward and shouted, "Damn it! How dare you talk to us like that?" The Ning family members reacted and shouted angrily. They had already seen through Tyrant's nature. He was bald and not a monk. Ning Yan's face turned pale when the bald man pointed his sword at him. He felt that it was an insult to him. Seeing that no one reacted, Tyrant shouted again, "You don't want to hand over your things? Very well, I'll beat you until you do." As soon as he finished speaking, Tyrant attacked. Ziqin could not stop him. Chapter 476. Ziqin did not stop the monk when he attacked. Of course, he had no intention of stopping him anyway. The monk brandished his saber and slashed. The saber light flashed continuously, giving off a chilling aura. A monk wielding a saber was already a sight to behold, and a monk wielding a saber to slash people was a sight that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Even Ziqin, who had relaxed, felt that something was off. Therefore, he crossed his arms and simply walked to the side, watching the monk slash people with a saber. After all, the spoils of war would be split equally between everyone, including the demon ape. Pum! Wherever the saber flashed, a spirit weapon was cut in half. Yukong was sent flying, crashing into a large tree. His vision turned black and he fainted. The saber's edge slashed towards a Yukong. In an instant, the other party's eyes were filled with fear. There was no way to dodge. At that moment, the saber's edge turned into the back of the saber and slashed at the other party's chest, sending him flying. The energy shockwave caused the Yukong to cough up blood. When he landed, he fainted as well. Golden light flashed around the monk like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. As the golden light scattered, a few more Yukong were sent flying before fainting. As for those who did not faint, they were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Their voices were shrill as they rolled on the ground, losing their ability to fight for a short period of time. "Damn it! This poor monk has already said to hand over everything on you. You refused to listen and forced a benevolent monk to make a move." As his voice fell, the saber in the monk's hand turned again. Another Yukong was sent flying, crashing into an ancient tree and fainting. Around them, the others were dumbfounded. They did not immediately react. As for those who were wailing on the ground, they had the urge to greet the monk's mother when they heard the monk's words. "You are AF** King, ruthless Baldy. How dare you pretend to be a monk? What the F** do you have to do with being benevolent?" The wailing crowd was furious. The Baldy was ruthless, causing them to lose the ability to speak for a short period of time. They could only wail in pain. Therefore, they could only keep the words of greeting the Baldy and his mother in their hearts. Baldy die. After the monk knocked out 8 people, the other Yukong finally reacted. They roared and shouted as they charged towards the monk. Buzz! The long saber trembled and let out a soft hum that swept out in all directions. Then there was a series of cracking sounds as the numerous spirit weapons shattered. The monk holding the saber seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him as he knocked out the people in the air one after another in a simple and efficient manner. Not far away, Ziqin kept nodding as he watched. At the same time, he glanced at the people in the sky. He was thinking that he would take the spiritual rings of those who were slightly stronger. Of course, the spiritual rings of the strong would have more wealth. Not counting Ningyan, there were still 11 people in the air. Soon, these 11 people fell to the ground. 5 of them were lucky enough to faint, while the other 6 were wailing in pain. Die, Baldy! At this moment, Ningyan, who had been glaring from the side, finally seized the opportunity. With a loud roar, he circled behind the monk. The long sword in his hand trembled, emitting a terrifying aura as he ruthlessly slashed at the monk. Amit Ba, I am a monk, not a baldy. The monk put down the long saber and turned around. He put his palms together as golden light flashed around his body. He chanted Buddha's name, looking solemn and dignified. Facing this powerful attack, he did not use his alchemy weapon, but used his strength to resist. A golden light shield appeared on the surface of his body. There were golden runes circulating in it, and an old monk was chanting scriptures. The Buddhist protective divine art reappeared, known as the strongest defense in the world. Pung! The long sword slashed on the light shield with a loud explosion. Boundless energy began to surge, and the light shield trembled and changed, stirring up golden ripples. The two kinds of energy kept colliding, creating a golden light. The destructive aura on the alchemy weapon slowly dissipated in the stalemate, while the light shield on the monk's body also dimmed. In the end, the light shield cracked and exploded in an instant. The resulting chi explosion directly sent Ning Yin flying, throwing him and his weapon far away. Amit Ba, young benefactor, you sneak attacked me from behind. That's a despicable act. The monk put his palms together, looking solemn and dignified, like an enlightened monk. The monk's combat strength was shocking, so much so that the wailing sound in the surroundings weakened a lot. Those who did not faint looked at the monk in horror. Using his body to block the alchemy weapon was too strong. Ba, you baldy. In the distance, Ning Yun stood up, his face pale. His chi and blood were still surging in his body, so he could not attack immediately. He could only look at the monk coldly. Although the monk blocked the attack, he was not convinced. If he used a little more strength, the monk would definitely die after breaking through the monk's defense. Kill! After panting slightly and adjusting his body, Ning Yun held his long sword and slashed at the monk again. This time, the aura on the alchemy weapon was even stronger. He took a step and his body left the ground. The long sword in his hand flashed with a dazzling brilliance, and with the aura of the alchemy weapon, he slashed at the monk. Amit Ba, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Young benefactor, don't be stubborn. The monk's strongest defense appeared again, flashing with golden light. Pum! Another dull explosion sounded, and terrifying energy circulated. The two types of energy were in a stalemate. In the end, the monk's light shield was broken, but Ning Yin did not gain any advantage and was sent flying again. The way the crowd looked at the monk had changed. Moreover, the monk who did not hold a knife looked like an enlightened monk. They began to believe that he was a monk, not a baldy. Amit Ba, young benefactor, don't be stubborn. As the saying goes, money is a worldly possession. It is the source of all evil. Give it all up and you will be free. Why are you so stubborn? The monk spoke again, his face full of compassion. The crowd did not understand what he meant at first, but after listening carefully, they had the urge to curse the monk's relatives. If you want to snatch something, then so be it. Why did you have to make it sound so profound and serious? At this moment, the crowd believed that the monk was a real monk, but an evil monk, a different kind of evil monk. Baldy, cut the crap. Die. Ning Yin stood up for the second time. The alchemy weapon in his hand lit up again, and he rushed at the monk. He felt wronged and angry. He was a member of the Ning family, and he had brought 19 experts with him. He could have used a joint attack formation, and even if he encountered a core cultivator, he would not be afraid. But it was this damned Baldy who did not follow the rules. He had not even introduced himself, and the monk had attacked first, knocking down the others with a thunderous force, making the joint attack formation useless. Pung! Ning Yin, who had rushed straight up, was sent flying for the third time. This time he truly felt the difference in strength between the two sides. This Baldy was really strong, much stronger than him. If the monk had an alchemy weapon, he might be able to kill him in one round. So Ning Yin was convinced. Hand over the source of evil, and you will feel good in body and mind. Don't be stubborn. The monk said such a sentence again, almost making Ning Yun vomit blood. He turned his head and saw Zichun with a smile on his face, leisurely watching the show. Go to hell. He did not know where the courage came from, but he bounced up from the ground in an instant and then rushed at Zichun. The alchemy weapon in his hand had already emitted a dazzling light in midair, and terrifying energy surged, slashing at Zichun's head. Ning Yin seemed to have gone crazy, and his heart was completely ruthless. Since he could not defeat the Baldy, he might as well fight the other one. Domineering fist. But he did not expect that, although the other one was in the middle stage of the Zephyr Realm, he was not inferior to the Baldy at all, and was even stronger, because the Baldy was only defending, and this guy in the middle stage of the Zephyr Realm was attacking. In front of him, the harmless young man in the sky. In the next moment, his aura became incomparably fierce, and his figure became stalwart and extremely domineering. Then a golden fist light that was more dazzling than the alchemy weapon went against the sky. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion sounded from the sky. This time, there was no stalemate of energy, and there was no comparison of consumption. There was only one blow to determine the winner. Ning Yin was sent flying in the air, and he coughed up blood. He flew 100 meters away and hung on the top of a tree. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of shock. The other Zephyrs could not say a word, but they were wailing in their hearts. What kind of people did they encounter? One was in the late stage of the Zephyr Realm, and had a strong defense that could block the alchemy weapon, but the other was only in the middle stage of the Zephyr Realm, and he injured young Master Ning Yin with one blow. Ning Yin let out an unwilling roar, and his figure fell from the treetop. He was very unwilling to accept that he could not defeat the two of them. At this moment, his eyes saw the demonic ape that was running over. He knew that it was a pet in the middle stage of the Zephyr Realm. His eyes instantly turned cold. Well, since he could not defeat the man, then he would kill the beast. He attacked for the 5th time, but this time he attacked the demonic ape. The demonic ape was only the size of a fist, and it looked like a harmless pet. Ning Yin was confident that this attack could kill the enemy, and there was already a smirk on his face after killing the enemy. But soon, the smirk on Ning Yin's face froze. He saw that the palm-sized little guy suddenly turned into a huge monster. That huge figure was several heads taller than Ning Yin, so Ning Yin had to raise his head to look at it. Then, Ning Yin saw the demonic ape waving its hand at him. Rays of black light surrounded him, and he felt his hand loosening. The alchemy weapon was gone, and at the same time a strong force hit him. Ning Yin's vision turned black, and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Everything was too fast, so fast that no one could react. Ning Yin vomited blood, and a few of his teeth were knocked out. The alchemy weapon in his hand was already in the hands of the demonic shadow. After being defeated again and again, there was finally fear in his eyes. Hand over the spirit ring, or you will be killed without mercy. What happened after that was much simpler. It was nothing more than plundering. Along the way, they had already practiced this move very well. Even the demonic ape had become an expert. Everyone's spirit rings were all plundered, and everything valuable was taken away. Some clothes and food were left for the demonic shadow. All right, you can go now. The monk was very satisfied with this harvest. He waved his hand at everyone. Ning Yin kept staring at Zichen, and his expression was very ugly, because in Zichen's hand was his alchemy weapon. But in the end, he did not dare to ask for it. He led everyone away. How unlucky. There are so many people, and we can't even find a single spot. Chapter 477. What bad luck. I don't know where these 2 country bumpkins came from, but we actually bumped into them. They didn't even know that the quotas were already decided. Damn country bumpkins. each one stronger than the other. Especially that Baldy, he's so cruel and hateful. He deserves to die 10,000 times. Their wealth was robbed, and their spirit weapons were broken. Their battle strength was greatly reduced, and they were all furious. After running far away, they all cursed. Ning Yin was in a very bad mood. His face was gloomy, as if he wanted to kill someone. Fortunately, he didn't lose control. Although he lost his wealth, he didn't lose his quota. Instead, he was glad that he made a wise decision not to look for his own quota first. Passing through the dense forest, he walked to the top of a mountain. When he thought he was far enough from the two guys, Ning Yun stopped. "Young master, you want to take back your pill weapon here." "Nonsense, where else can we go?" "Give me all the yuan qi in your body," Ning Yun said snappily. Spirit origin realm cultivators weren't able to refine pill weapons, so they couldn't bring out the full might of pill weapons. On the other hand, the pill weapon that Ning Yin was using belonged to an elder of the clan, so it had an owner. Even if Ziqin took it away, he could still retrieve it with a secret art. The 19 Yukong cultivators transferred their remaining yuan qi to Ning Yin. In the next moment, Ning Yin's body emitted a powerful aura. He formed seals with both hands, drawing out numerous trajectories. Seals appeared one after another, complex and profound as they rippled outwards. At the same time, he closed his eyes and muttered something. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted into the void, "Come back!" As soon as he said that, a rainbow light flashed across the sky. A long sword flew back, shining brightly. It was Ning Yun's pill weapon. Light flashed, and Ning Yun caught the pill weapon. Without another word, he led everyone away in a hurry. It didn't take long for Zi Chun to catch up. He saw the mountain top, but it was empty. Ning Yin was nowhere to be seen. Zi Chun looked into the distance, his expression changing, as if he was considering whether or not to pursue. "It's useless. Even if you kill them, you won't get the pill weapon. Once you go out, it will be taken away by force." The monk walked out of the forest. In the end, Zi Chen gave up on the meaningless pursuit. However, it seemed that the two of them had nothing else to do. There's still half a month before the exit opens. "Where are we going now?" the monk asked. "Of course, it's to find a spot." Zi Chen glanced at the monk snappily. "Don't we already have one? Moreover, with a single entry token, 5 people can enter. The 2 of us are more than enough." "Idiot, find another one and auction it off. Then exchange it for some good stuff to bring to the ancient battlefield in case of emergency." The ancient battlefield was filled with monstrous geniuses from the entire southern region. Perhaps he might even encounter sky-level warriors. Zi Qin naturally didn't dare to be careless. Although he was also a sky-level warrior, Zi Qin was a self-taught genius. Naturally, he couldn't be compared with sky-level warriors trained by big forces. Therefore, before entering, he had to equip himself and make sure that he had enough trump cards. In order to equip oneself, one must have wealth. Obviously, Zi Chen's current wealth was pitifully small. Thus, the 2 of them embarked on the journey of searching for a slot. In the following days, the whole world was talking about the same thing. A knife-wielding monk blocked the road and robbed. Other than snatching a slot, he also wanted to snatch wealth. Moreover, the monk was ridiculously strong. He was almost invincible in the air. What F** King Monk? He's just a black-hearted baldy. This baldy is detestable and black-hearted. He doesn't even let go of a single primordial stone fragment. The spiritual rings that he searched were like bites by a dog. In the following days, the monk's deeds spread throughout the small world. For the first time, his reputation surpassed Zichen's. However, it was all negative. For a few days, he didn't find anything. He wasted his energy, killing a few powerful beasts. Moreover, the monk saw hundreds of caves and tree holes, but he didn't find a single slot. Therefore, the clever monk had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He gave up on this stupid method and directly borrowed from others. He also borrowed all the primordial stones in the spirit ring, leaving not even the primordial stones behind. Of course, he didn't borrow from everyone he met. He would also choose people who were willing to lend him. These people could also be called soft persimmons. Perhaps among these soft persimmons, there might be one or two lucky fellows who found a slot in a tree hole or a cave. Unfortunately, the monk hadn't found one yet. In the following days, the slots to enter the ancient battlefield were found by some lucky fellows one after another, causing waves of envy. The people of the Ning family were lucky enough to find a spot in a hole in an ancient tree that was about to wither away. Immediately, everyone was excited. Those who heard the news were all envious. There were also many who secretly hated and blamed themselves for not finding that tree hole. The Ning family's discovery seemed to have caused a chain reaction. Following that, the Luo family also found something. In a deep and dark cave, they found a dazzling golden token. This was another quota. Damn it. Why is there a cave there? They can even find it from so far away. If I had known, I would have gone all the way. What a lucky fellow. Hearing the news, many people were indignant and angry. They couldn't understand why a big force with so many experts would have such good luck. The Lu family was the third to discover the token. Compared to the first two, the Lu family's luck was even better. They had just inadvertently killed a small beast with almost zero battle power, and they actually found the token in the small beast's stomach. And these small beasts were everywhere in the small world. Such heaven-defying luck made people smack their lips. The flames of jealousy in their hearts burned even more fiercely. Therefore, in the small world, there was a storm of killing small beasts. There were even organizations that were looking for tree holes and caves. Therefore, in this storm, there were other forces that found something. This time, it was even more ridiculous. One of them sat down to rest and found a slot token under a big rock. Such luck was so good that he would be struck by lightning. After that, there was another force that found a token after killing a flying beast. This was understandable. It depended on one's strength. Slot tokens appeared one after another. There were all kinds of coincidences. The 5 overlord forces had shown the other forces that as long as one's luck was good, anything was possible. Moreover, everything was fair, just and open. As for the other forces that didn't find a token, although they were depressed, they couldn't blame others. They could only blame themselves for not finding the cave and not finding a token. More than half of the 10 tokens had appeared. Caves, tree holes. I have already found thousands of them. Why can't I have such luck? The news came one after another. The monk was furious. This time, he was a little more ruthless. He directly knocked out one of the flying beasts. The other 4 flying beasts were all frightened. They thought that this Baldy was too cruel. He was fine before. Why did he go berserk after hearing this news? Wealth. Leave your wealth, and leave quickly. The monk shouted angrily. At the same time, he thought that his luck was too bad. Thousands of caves couldn't compare to one. Chen was also depressed. His luck had always been good, but it didn't work here. Therefore, the two of them became diligent again. They wanted to try their luck. After all, compared to others, the two of them were much luckier. Not only did they have to find a token, but they also had to find someone who had a token. At most, they would be beaten up and snatch the token. Of course, they would also offend a powerful force. The two of them searched aimlessly in the small world. They were like headless flies. Whoever was unlucky and bumped into them could only blame themselves for their bad luck. 2 days later, the two of them were lucky. They bumped into someone. In a dense forest, they found human footprints. There are at least a dozen people. It should be a big force. Looking at the messy footprints on the ground, Chen said, "A big force with more than a dozen people. I'm sure they have a token. A token can be sold for at least tens of thousands of high-grade primordial stones. That's worth hundreds of millions of high-grade primordial stones. We're rich." The monk became very excited. In the monk's mind, a token was worth tens of thousands of high-grade primordial stones. If he knew that the real value of a token was 2 million high-grade primordial stones, what would he think? Would he rob all the other tokens? The two of them followed the messy footprints on the ground and started to chase. A token worth hundreds of millions of high-grade primordial stones was enough to tempt them. 6 hours later, they caught up with the other party. This was a big force. There were 20 people, each with a strong aura. Moreover, the light in the monk's eyes shone brighter when he saw their faces. It's the Ning family. They were the first to get a token. Even though they were far away, the monk recognized Ning Yun at a glance. Of course, he only learned about the Ning family's identity from others during the robbery. It didn't matter which force they were from. The most important thing was that they had a token. Offending a force and getting a token worth hundreds of millions of high-grade primordial stones. It was a good deal. "Everyone, this poor monk is here. Hand over your tokens, or I'll send you to see Buddha." The monk began to shout from afar. His voice was loud and clear. The group of people turned their heads. When they saw the monk, their faces turned pale. "It's that Baldy. Damn it. Why did we run into this Baldy?" Seeing the monk, there was a small disturbance in the group, but it was quickly suppressed by a loud shout. "Form the formation and destroy the enemy." It was Ning Yun's voice. When he saw the monk again, his eyes were burning with anger. He was determined to kill this Baldy. As for running away, he didn't even think about it because the monk was too fast. They couldn't run at all. Boom! The monk rushed over with extreme speed. The long sword in his hand danced. Surging energy began to surge. In an instant, the Ning family was in a mess. Seeing this, Ning Yin was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 478. Looking at his subordinates who were thrown off their feet and howling in pain, Ning Yin had a strong urge to point at the monk's nose and curse his family. "Damn it, you Baldy. Can't you follow the rules? Can't you say hello before you attack?" 19 powerful Kuin cultivators had formed a joint attack array. They didn't even fear an essence core old monster and possessed formidable combat strength. But at this moment, before the array formation had even formed, they had already been knocked over by this unruly monk. Miserable howls filled the air, causing Ning Yan's anger to burn to the limit. At this moment, he wished he could eat this bald monk alive, but he still retained a trace of reason and wasn't completely overwhelmed by his anger. This trace of reason told him that he wasn't the monk's match and that running away was the best course of action. He turned around and fled in a single breath. Ning Yun ran away like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of meters away. This speed was the fastest he had ever been in his life. Whoosh! But even if he exceeded his normal speed, it was useless. The monk's body shined with a golden light, and he was much faster than Ning Yun. He instantly appeared in front of Ning Yun. The long saber in his hand twisted, and the back of the saber struck Ning Yun, sending him flying backwards. The monk's extreme speed left him aghast. But before he could get up and run away, he saw Zichen holding the demon ape and flying over from the distance, blocking his path. Blocked from the front and back, Ning Yun's horrified expression turned into despair. He naturally knew what these two were talking about, but he still mustered up his courage and said, "Do you know who I am? Hand over the quota, and you can leave alive." The monk raised his saber and stepped forward, not answering Ning Yun's question. "I am a member of the Ning family of Chaos City. You stole my things. Aren't you afraid of my Ning family's retaliation?" Ning Yun still didn't want to die. In a situation where his strength wasn't enough, he hoped his family's influence could deter the other party. A trace of killing intent flashed in the monk's eyes, and his voice became much colder. "I'll say it one last time. Hand over the quota, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill you to take the quota." As the monk's voice fell, Ning Yin felt two thick killing intent. One came from the monk and the other from Ziqin. Looking at the wailing Yukong, Ning Yin didn't say anything else. With a flash of light, a slot token appeared in his hand. "Young master, don't, this is worth 2 taels." Before Yukong could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ning Yin's cold gaze. He threw the token to the monk. 20,000 upper-grade primordial stones? It is indeed very valuable. The monk took the token and smiled proudly. He kept his word and turned to leave. He did not notice the complicated gazes of the people behind him that were filled with strange anger and hatred. Looking at their backs, Ning Yin's mouth twitched. 20,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Damn it, this entry token is worth 2 million country bumpkin. They were the experts of the Ning clan. 20 powerful late-stage void riding warriors were robbed just like that. They lost the entry token that was worth 2 million upper-grade primordial stones. Not only that, they were swept away by the monk in advance before they could display their powerful combat strength. They felt extremely sullen. The next time we meet him, we must first set up a formation and exhaust him to death. Everyone couldn't help but think, "Young master, what should we do now?" The 19 people stood up one after another. They were no longer wailing. That hateful Baldy had been very careful. He had only made them lose their combat strength for a short period of time. Once the time passed, their powerful combat strength would reappear. Ning Yin looked at the direction where the two had left. A moment later, he said coldly, "Offending the Ning clan will only lead to death. Let them have fun for a while. We'll go find the other entry token. At the same time, we'll pay attention to whether there are any movements from other forces. If necessary, we'll also snatch one." With that, Ning Yin led the crowd in the opposite direction. They were dispirited and listless. The entry token that was worth 2 million upper grade had been lost just like that. They were not sure if they could keep their lives when they returned. As a direct descendant of the Ning clan, Ning Yin had the calmness that a disciple of a large clan should have. He had been thinking about what to do after losing the entry token. During this time, he had thought of several ways to remedy the situation. The only feasible way was to snatch someone else's entry token. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the front, interrupting Ning Yin's thoughts. He looked forward with a cold gaze. There was a group of 20 people in front of him. The leader was a youth. When Ning Yin saw them, he was startled. At the same time, he quickly thought about what his chances of winning were. In the end, Ning Yin helplessly discovered that he only had a 30% chance of winning. That was because his subordinates had lost their pill weapons. Brother Ning. The newcomers were from the Lu clan. When Lu Guan saw Ning Yin, he was rather surprised. He stood in the distance and greeted him kindly. "Brother Lu." Ning Yin nodded, a smile appearing on his gloomy face. "What's wrong?" "Brother Ning's complexion doesn't look good. Did something happen?" Lu Guan led his people over. The two forces were slowly approaching each other, but they were wary of each other. This was a minor world. There were no rules to speak of. If they died here, they would die for nothing. Because of this, Ning Yun hesitated for a moment before handing over the entry token. Ning Yan's people were all dejected, as if their parents had died. Lu Guan naturally saw the problem. "No, I'm just in a bad mood." Ning Yun shook his head. He clearly didn't want to explain. As the two forces approached each other, the two leaders chatted in a familiar yet unfamiliar manner. There was a lot of probing in their words. As for Lu Guan, he had been wondering why the Ning family had such an expression. Could it be that something had happened? When the two sides talked about the monk who had been snatching the ring, Ning Yan's expression changed. Could it be? Seeing Ning Yan's expression change, Lu Guan had a bold guess. Then he was shocked. Heavens, could it be that the monk stole their entry token? Lu Guan was naturally clear about the strength of the monk's group. There was no chance of winning against them. It was very possible that the entry token had been stolen. After pondering for a moment, Lu Guan said, "Brother Ning, I have a big deal here. I don't know if you're interested." "What big deal?" asked Ning Yun casually. He had been thinking about the entry token, and in his opinion, there was no deal that could compare to the entry token. 5 pill weapons and liquefied essence. After Lu Guan finished speaking, he stared intently at Ning Yin, waiting for his reaction. "What?" Ning Yin stared at Lu Guan in shock. Ning Yan's expression changed, making Lu Guan even more certain of his guess. The Ning family's entry token had been stolen by the monk. Whether it was pill weapons or yuan liquefied, they were all priceless items. Others would naturally be shocked to hear this, but Ning Yan's expression was only a bit surprised. He was clearly absent-minded, or perhaps he was thinking about something even more valuable. And in this minor world, what was even more valuable than yuan liquefied and 5 pill weapons was a 2 million high-grade yuan stone entry token. Others might not know about the monk's background, but I know a bit. They have a total of 5 pill weapons and a lot of yuan liquefied. Lu Guan emphasized once more. And they have many enemies. There are at least 50 nascent core old monsters who want to kill them. This time, Ning Yun was really shocked. 50 nascent core old monsters wanted to kill them. How deep was the hatred between them? "Let's join forces. 40 Zephyrs will attack together. How about we rob them? We can divide the items equally," Lu Guan suggested. Good. Ning Yin said good 3 times in a row. Finally, he wanted to say that it was really good. He was worried about how to get the entry token back. Lu Guan's suggestion made him extremely tempted. After that, the two began to discuss the details. During this time, each of them said their own guesses about the strength of their opponents. In the end, the two helplessly discovered that even 40 Zephyrs might not be able to suppress the other party, because in addition to the two of them, there was also a strange and powerful pet. This pet's strength was not weaker than theirs. Since it's not possible, let's find another force. After pondering for a long time, Lu Guan said, "Who?" "The Luo family. They also sent 20 Zephyrs this time." "Good, then let's find them quickly." Ning Yun hurriedly stood up. Lu Guan smiled faintly. Before they could find the Luo family, a piece of news came out of the small world. The monk had successfully snatched an entry token. As soon as the news came out, it instantly caused an uproar. Soon, some people learned that it was the Ning family who had been robbed. The Ning family was definitely a big force here. They had a total of 20 Zephyrs. They were strong and knew how to attack together. They were not afraid of even Dan elementals, but it was actually snatched by the monk. The monk's strength is so strong. To think that he managed to snatch a priceless entry token just like that. This Baldy is too scary. He even snatched something from the Ning family. As soon as this news came out, the forces in the small world were no longer calm. Many of the forces who thought they were strong wanted to see what this monk was capable of. When the Ning family heard the news, they were furious. Ning Yin was furious. Such a shameful thing was actually spread out like this. But soon, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Humph! He let out a cold snort. Then he sent someone to spread an even more shocking news. The monk has 2 entry tokens. One was snatched from the Ning family, and the other was obtained by killing a monster. As soon as this news came out, it caused an even bigger uproar. Even Lu Guan could not remain calm. He immediately asked Ning Yin. "Yes, there are indeed 2 of them. I saw them with my own eyes." Ning Yin nodded and then told him about the first entry token. Lu Guan's heart instantly became eager. The entry token was worth 2 million high-grade primordial stones. The most important thing was not the value, but the entry token. This was an ancient battlefield that only opened once every 1,000 years. One more entry token meant one more opportunity. Just as Lu Guan was planning how to scheme against Ziqin and the monk, a force had already found the two of them. It was just a force of 10 people. It was not very strong, but it was definitely not weak. Before the monk could shout and rush forward to snatch the entry token, the leader of the other party spoke first. Chapter 479. It was a team of 10. The leader was also a young man, a genius of the family. He looked at the monk proudly. 200,000. The monk, who was about to take out his long blade, was startled. He then asked, 200,000 primordial stones. 200,000 upper grade primordial stones. The young man emphasized, wait, 10,000 upper grade primordial stones is 100 million. 200,000 upper grade primordial stones. Ha ha, that's 2 billion. After calculating for a moment, Tyrant was instantly stunned by this number. Then his face was filled with ecstasy and excitement. Beside him, Ziqin was also shocked by this huge number. 200,000 upper grade primordial stones was a huge sum. If it was divided equally, each of them would get 100,000 upper grade primordial stones, which was 1 billion. Deal, give me the primordial stones. The monk immediately agreed and took out the token. He was very excited. Seeing the token in the monk's hand, the young man's eyes were filled with greed. The other 9 also changed their expressions slightly. Their aura slightly trembled. Where are the primordial stones? Take them out quickly. The excited monk was only thinking about the primordial stones. He didn't seem to notice the other party's abnormality. The young man was startled and said, I don't have that many primordial stones now. I'll give you the money after we leave here and contact the family. Of course, I can give you a few thousand up front. Okay, take them out. The monk said, I can give you the upfront payment, but you have to give me the token first. The young man looked at the monk. What? The monk's excited expression instantly disappeared. His face suddenly became gloomy. You want to exchange a few thousand primordial stones for my token? Do you think I'm an idiot? Let me tell you, without primordial stones, don't even think about taking the token from me. Seeing the monk turn hostile in an instant, the young man sneered and said in an unfriendly tone, Since you can't take it, you can at least rob it. Immediately, endless greed appeared on his face. His voice also became incomparably cold, and he shouted, Kill! Kill! Get the 2 quotas for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a glowing sphere shot out from the young man's body and flew toward Tyrant. The glowing sphere was a forbidden item. When it was still a dozen meters away from Tyrant, it exploded with a bang. It was like a powerful attack from a prime core eccentric. Tyrannical energy scattered in all directions. Under this energy, a mound instantly exploded and was razed to the ground. A large area of the dense forest exploded, and the trees were turned into fine powder by the vibrating ripples. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, it became a vacuum zone. Boom, boom. Just as one forbidden artifact exploded, the energy was still wreaking havoc. Following that, 2 more forbidden artifacts exploded. The 2 destructive energies merged into one and spread out in all directions. Ziqin and Tyrant were instantly submerged. Buzz! Without waiting for the tyrannical energy to dissipate, a huge net appeared between the heavens and the earth. This was a huge net of destruction formed by numerous spirit weapons. Dense sword chi surged, sweeping up the space and abruptly pressing downwards. Around them, 9 zephyrs represented the 9 extremes. They jointly controlled the huge net to press downwards. As soon as the opponent attacked, it was a series of attacks. Like monstrous waves, wave after wave, Ziqin and Tyrant did not even have time to react before they were swept away by numerous energies. Humph! Let's see if you can still survive. Thousands of meters away, the young man stood in the air, coldly watching the scene with a playful smile. But soon, the smile on his face froze. Boom! Boom! With two explosions, two figures emitting golden light rushed out of the surging energy. It was Zi-Chin and Tyrant. They were holding elixir weapons, and their bodies were shining with golden light as if they were wearing golden armor. Light flowed in all directions, and there were no injuries on their bodies. How is this possible? Seeing the two of them shining with golden light without any injuries, the young man widened his eyes in disbelief. Just like what the 5 overlords had said, in this small world, anything was possible. The two of them rushed out of the forbidden artifact's explosion unscathed. After that, Zi-Chun wielded his spear and destroyed the dense net formed by the 9 flight riders with a single spear strike. The sword chi and blade chi in the huge net were crushed by the spear, turning into energy and dissipating. The spirit weapons in the net were also cracked, shattered, and collapsed. The array that formed the 9 extremes was broken so easily. The young man was dumbfounded. The other 9 Zephyrs were also in disbelief. But soon their pupils shrank. They saw Tyrant and Zi-Chin rushing towards them like 2 golden streams of light. The elixir weapons in their hands instantly shone. PFFF, in Zi-Chen's hand, the spear flashed with silver light, like a silver dragon. It shattered Zephyr's attack and pierced through his defense. Finally, the tip of the spear pierced through Zephyr's heart. Zephyr's shocked and terrified expression froze in an instant. His body fell under the spear. Pum! The long saber in Tyrant's hand swirled. A sharp blade, chi, like a waterfall, appeared. One of the Zephyrs was sent flying, coughing out blood. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. The elixir weapons flashed repeatedly. Banging sounds were constantly heard. In less than 3 breaths, the 9 late-stage Zephyrs were already lying in a pool of blood. Their breaths were hanging by a thread, and their lives were in danger. Some of them even lost their breath. Seeing this scene, the young man's expression changed greatly. He turned around and fled. He was extremely shocked by the powerful battle strength of these 2 people. However, just as he turned around, a saber light slashed toward him like a waterfall. It was the monk who was still far away. At some point, he had actually appeared behind him. The young man's body shone. He shouted, and energy surged, trying to block the attack. With a dull sound, the young man was knocked to the ground. PFFF! The chi and blood in his body were severely shaken. He coughed out blood. His slightly handsome face was filled with shock. Zi-Chin and Tyrant landed. The golden light on their bodies slowly faded. Other than some wrinkles on their clothes, there were no injuries on their bodies. Just when the young man was wondering if the 2 of them were monsters, Tyrant walked towards the young man with a saber in his hand. He had a benevolent smile on his face, but the long saber in his hand was emitting a cold light. What are you doing?" Such a strong contrast made the young man feel endless chills. His voice trembled. He felt fear, and his body was already drenched in cold sweat. He wanted to escape immediately, but as the long saber swept him, he was knocked back again. He coughed out more blood. Zi-Chin looked at this scene indifferently. Although he did not make a move, he did not mind sending the young man on his way. Since he had already killed 4 of the 9 Zephyrs, he did not mind killing one more. The young man became even more frightened as he felt the killing intent from Zi-Chin. This mid-stage Zephyr that he had never looked at directly had a powerful combat strength that he could not imagine. "Hand over the entry token, and I will spare your life." Just when the young man was drenched in cold sweat and the fear in his heart reached its peak, Tyrant finally spoke. Hearing the content of the words, the young man did not feel happy. Instead, he looked sad. I don't have the entry token. Otherwise, I would not have bought it." After he finished, he carefully looked at Tyrant and Zi-Chin. He realized that the mid-stage Zephyr young man still had an indifferent expression. However, Tyrant's smile disappeared at this moment. "I really don't have the entry token," the young man shouted. He was afraid that Tyrant would kill him. "Hand over the vitality stones, and I will spare your life." After that, it was a round of looting. Tyrant was quite satisfied with the wealth that the young man had. There were thousands of upper-grade vitality stones. Moreover, he found an elixir weapon in the young man's spiritual ring. It was an elixir weapon that recognized its master. The two of them could not use it. In the end, Tyrant let them go. When they came, there were 10 of them, but when they left, only 6 of them left. 5 of them were severely injured and could barely walk. Zichen did not have any objection to Tyrant letting them go. These people were not a threat to him. There was no need to care about them. The news of them possessing 2 entry tokens had already spread. This caused many forces to be tempted, and they were all looking for them. Seeing that the exit of the pocket world was about to appear, Zichan and Tyrant were in trouble one after another. They either bought the entry tokens on credit or gave them a promissory note. Then they fought. However, the result was almost the same. Zichen and Tyrant won. They looted them. Their wealth was slowly but steadily increasing. Unfortunately, they passed by the elixir weapons one after another. They could not collect them at all. The other party would always use a secret method to take them away after they left. When they looted, the 2 of them were very careful. They only looted teams with less than 10 people, because compared to the big forces here, they were relatively weak. Just as they were dealing with one trouble after another, the Ning and Luo family finally found the Luo family. Tyrant's reputation had been too great recently. After he told them his purpose, the Luo family experts happily accepted the proposal of a temporary alliance. Elixir weapons, liquefied yuan, and 2 tokens. They are really lucky. In the eyes of the Luo family experts, the 2 of them were fat sheep. It would be unreasonable if they did not rob them. Thus, the 3 forces began to discuss some details. Of course, the first thing to consider was how to use a joint attack to surround the 3 of them. After half a day of discussion, the 3 forces finally came up with a plan. Then, they searched for Zichen and Tyrant's traces. Relatively speaking, it was not difficult to find them. After half a day, they found Zichen and Tyrant's exact route. In the midst of the crowd, Tyrant once again found traces of cultivators. There were only a few of them. Thus he shouted and rushed forward. "Hand over your liquefied yuan stones and tokens, and I will spare your lives." Tyrant shouted from afar. Zichen was indifferent. He slowly walked forward. But when he passed by a low mountain, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Then his face changed greatly. Boom! Chapter 480. The short mountain peak exploded with a loud bang. Countless rocks crumbled and dust covered the sky. The surging energy instantly drowned Zichen. The sudden change was completely beyond Zichen's expectations. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly propped up a golden light shield. However, under the powerful energy, the golden light shield was instantly shattered. Uft! He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His clothes were torn in many places as he flew to the side. The demon ape that was sleeping soundly in Zichen's arms was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by the powerful energy. Several forbidden weapons, hidden in the mountain peak, exploded at the same time. The power was unimaginable. Even Zichen was instantly injured. A simple trick had successfully separated the 3 of them. Kill! Battle cries rang out as figures appeared one after another. The experts hidden in the dark appeared one after another, forming 3 joint attack formations and instantly surrounding the 3 of them. The 3 forces had a total of 60 people in the air. Each of them was glaring at them with murderous intent. Moreover, they had learned their lesson and formed a joint attack formation after appearing. "Damn, Baldy, you stole my token. Today will be the day you die." A cold voice rang out as Ning Yin walked out from the dark and joined the joint attack formation. He looked at the monk with hatred. The monk had stolen his vitality stones and his token. The two of them were irreconcilable enemies. How are you? The monk's saber flashed. He ignored Ningyun and only glanced at him before turning his gaze to Zichen. The mountain peak had suddenly exploded. It contained a powerful energy. It was inevitable that they would be injured if they were careless. Along the way, they did not encounter any effective resistance. The three of them believed that they were invincible in the air, so they let down their guard, allowing the other party to take advantage of them. I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. Zichen got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he transmitted his voice to the monk. After suffering such a sneak attack, only a perfect body would dare to say that it was a minor injury. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died countless times. The spear in his hand flickered with silver light as he glanced at Lu Guan coldly. It's you again. Ha, that's right, it's me. Lu Guan laughed loudly, his face full of confidence. After witnessing the power of the devil ape, he knew that he was not a match for the three of them, even if there was a combined attack formation. However, at this moment, he was still very confident that 20 of them would be able to surround one person. The members of the Luo family surrounded the devil ape. The devil ape had already transformed. Its body was surrounded by black light. After transforming, it was much taller than a normal person. The long staff in its hand was also as black as ink. Its body was emitting a tyrannical aura. Everyone has a pill weapon. What a lucky guy. But soon, this pill weapon will be mine. The Luo family member sneered, his eyes flashing. We've already surrounded them. Kill them quickly and split the loot equally. Lu Guan's voice was cold. He immediately issued the order to end the battle quickly. The battle broke out in an instant. Zichen, Tyrant, and the Devil Ape also launched their attacks at the same time. Their pale weapons emitted dazzling lights, bringing with them terrifying energy as they shot forward. Boom! The powerful energy caused the void to tremble and distort. The terrifying power of the pill weapon was fully displayed as it whistled and smashed down. Kill! Battle cries rang out. The combined attack formation was activated. The 20 people surrounding them seemed to have become one. Their bodies were glowing. Streaks of Yuanli merged in the air, forming a battle axe. The battle axe formed by Yuanli seemed to have materialized. It slashed on the incoming pill weapon. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled. A dull explosion rang out. Boundless energy rippled in the sky. The huge battle axe repelled the pill weapon in one hit. Zichen held his long spear and quickly retreated a few steps. His powerful attack had been broken by the battle axe, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. At the same time, 2 other explosions came from 2 other directions, and the results were the same as Zichen's. The combined attack formation was extraordinary. Kill! They can't break the formation. Kill them quickly! Seeing this scene, the 3 leaders shouted one after another. Their expressions suddenly became very excited, and they also became more confident. In the midst of the battle cries, the second round of attacks was launched. The combined attack formation was once again powerful. It shook the heaven and earth as it launched a destructive attack. A loud explosion reverberated in the dense forest. The earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. The birds and beasts scattered in all directions. The 3 tried their best to resist, but they were repelled every time. The combined attack formation was indeed terrifying. It actually suppressed the 3 of them. At this moment, the 3 of them were holding their pill weapons. They launched powerful attacks continuously, but they were unable to break through the illusory energy weapons. Moreover, every powerful attack seemed to hit the 20 people at the same time. The power of the attack was weakened by 20 times. They were able to block it easily. During this period, the energy weapons continued to fall, rippling with a destructive aura. In the combined attack formation, Using the pill weapon to counterattack was the only way. Otherwise, they would definitely be hit by the energy weapons. The attack power of the energy weapons was not weaker than a pill weapon. If the three of them tried to block it with their bodies, they would definitely die. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure was like a ghost. He dodged the destructive attack of the battle axe and flashed in front of one of Yukong. He stabbed the long spear in his hand at the opponent. However, Yukong was not afraid. There was even a mocking sneer on the corner of his mouth. When the long spear arrived, rays of light surged around his body. It was like a ripple barrier that connected to the 20 people at the same time. Boom! The long spear fiercely pierced the ripple barrier, causing a muffled explosion. A terrifying energy gushed out from the tip of the spear, rushing towards the ripple barrier. However, this energy was simultaneously dispersed by the ripple barrier. The ripple barrier only shook a few times before completely neutralizing the powerful attack of the Dan soldier. It's useless. Under the combined attack formation, the 20 of us are one. Unless you have the strength to break through the defense of all 20 of us at the same time, you can only wait to be exhausted to death. Lu Guan grinned. After that, they controlled the battle axe with their spiritual thoughts and slashed down again, causing the void to tremble. In the face of such a powerful attack, Zi Chen could only use his extreme speed to dodge and turn back. In the encirclement, the advantage of extreme speed was no longer obvious. Extreme speed, dodging, and destroying the enemy were the most effective means in the past. However, they had lost their effect. Unable to break the combined attack formation, what awaited them was exhaustion. When the Yuan energy in their body was exhausted and they could no longer resist the energy weapons, it would be their time of death. Apparently, the Devil Ape and Tyrant also encountered the same problem. They were forced to retreat again and again. However, the three of them looked calm from the beginning to the end. Even if their attacks failed and they were forced to retreat again and again, it did not cause much of a stir. It was as if they still had a trump card that they had not used yet. The three of them did not say a word. They just attacked blindly. It's useless. This will only make you consume more energy. You should choose to defend so that you can live a little longer. Ning Yan's face was still full of resentment. He controlled his energy weapons to repeatedly attack Tyrant. The experts of the Luo family also sneered. Although the three of them were very strong, they could not break the combined attack formation. They could only wait for death. He seemed to have seen the scene of the distribution of elixir weapons, liquefied yuan, and tokens. Moreover, he was very interested in the Devil Ape. He wanted to seriously injure him and keep him alive so that he could bring him back for research. In the face of everyone's cynicism, the three of them did not change their expressions. There was not even the slightest ripple. Seeing the calm expressions of the three, Lu Guan suddenly felt that something was wrong and shouted, "Not good. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Let's end this quickly." He had seen the three of them being besieged by dozens of core realm old monsters with his own eyes. To be able to survive, they naturally had extraordinary means. Moreover, at this moment, the three of them were too calm. In his view, this calmness was not a life-and-death battle, but a competition. And this quickly? Then let's end this quickly. Among the three of them, someone finally spoke. It was Zi Chen, who was in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth and a touch of disdain in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, his body emitted endless golden light. It was as bright as a golden sun. The golden light was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. If it was not for the ripple barrier blocking the golden light, they were very doubtful that their eyes would be blinded by the golden light at such a close distance. When the golden light dissipated, there was one more golden figure in the field, holding an elixir weapon in his hand. The people of the Lu family all widened their eyes and looked at the golden figure in disbelief. They did not understand why there was a second person in the formation. Not good. This is a clone. Lu Guan's face changed, but then he saw Ziqin and the golden figure each holding an elixir weapon. They used extreme speed at the same time to flash in front of one of the Zephyr Realm experts, and then attacked at the same time. The two elixir weapons, both emitting dazzling golden light, hit the Zephyr Realm expert at the same time, one stronger than the other weaker. Boom! The two elixir weapons landed at almost the same time, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Terrifying energy surged out like a tide, and the ripple barrier trembled and twisted. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the Lu family members changed greatly. They hurriedly urged the energy in their bodies to maintain the ripple barrier. After the first attack, Ziqin's second attack came very quickly. Boundless golden light flashed, and the two attacks landed at the same time again. In the midst of the heaven-shaking explosion, the ripple barrier began to tremble violently, and the distortion became even more severe. It seemed to have reached the limit of what it could withstand. All the experts of the Lu family were ashen. The yuan energy in their bodies crazily surged out, constantly dissolving the energy. Boom! 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 Next, Ziqin attacked 3 times in a row, including the clone. That was 6 attacks. The powerful energy fluctuations passed through the ripple barrier, causing them to cough up blood. Boom! 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 After 3 more attacks, Ziqin's clone suddenly dissipated. This was because he had used up all his energy. Using an elixir weapon to attack consumed too much energy. Even Ziqin's consecutive attacks were too much for him to bear. The crazy energy poured into the ripple barrier. Because the barrier could not be dissolved quickly, cracks began to appear. As soon as the cracks appeared, they began to spread like a spider web. After spreading to a limit, it instantly exploded. Boom! Chapter 481. Amidst the wails, the combined attack formation was broken. Ziqin stood with his spear, his eyes cold. Including Lu Guan, all 20 Imperial Sky experts were sent flying, coughing up blood. The formation was broken, and the energy shook violently. They were more or less injured. The formation was broken. How is this possible? He's only at the Imperial Sky Realm. How could he break the combined attack formation? The loud noise alarmed the other 2 forces. They looked over and saw the Lu family experts sent flying. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Lu Guan, get up quickly. Kill him while he's weak. Don't play dead. Get up quickly and kill the enemy. Do you want to kill everyone? While they were shocked, they were also filled with endless fear. Ning Yin and the Lu family experts shouted. Because of fear and nervousness, their voices were somewhat hoarse. In the previous battle, they had already seen the strength of the 3. If they didn't have the combined attack formation, the battle strength of the 3 was enough to slaughter them. Although the combined attack formation was very strong, it had a fatal weakness. It was only effective against the people in the formation and was useless against the people outside. They were currently trapping the enemy and could not move at all. If the enemy attacked with a spear, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Moreover, the other party's battle strength was very strong. He broke the formation with his own strength. They were terrified. Kill! Battle cries rang out instantly. The Lu family experts who were sent flying flew up one after another, holding their spirit weapons and attacking Ziqin. Lu Guan even took out his elixir weapon and launched a powerful attack. Many energy attacks fell from the sky like raindrops, aiming at Ziqin. They thought that Ziqin was seriously injured, coupled with the fact that he had consumed a lot of energy to break the formation. The 20 of them could suppress him and even have a chance to kill him. But after facing Ziqin head-on, they realized how strong he was. Ziqin held his spear, and rays of golden light surged. The golden spear light swept out and scattered many energy attacks. Crack! Wherever the golden spear light passed, a spirit weapon would be broken into several pieces, losing all of its spirit energy as it fell to the ground. At the same time, several energy streams were also destroyed. The long spear in Zi-Chen's hand was like a golden dragon, constantly dancing in the air. Wherever it passed, numerous attacks collapsed. In just a few breaths, the rain-like attacks were scattered, and not a single one landed on Zi-Chen's body. Seeing this scene, the Liu family's Yutian was even more shocked. Cold light flashed in Zi-Chen's eyes as he reappeared with extreme speed. He took the initiative to attack the group of Liu clan. His figure was like a phantom. Without the formation, the power of extreme speed reappeared. Kill! Go all out! The corner of Lu Guan's mouth twitched, and his eyelids trembled. Boundless fear stimulated the fierceness in his heart, and he shouted loudly. If they couldn't suppress Zi-Chen, then everyone would die here. The other Zephyrs also had a premonition of their fates. It was either life or death, so they all went all out and unleashed their strongest attacks. However, experts of this level were no longer a challenge to Zi-Chen. Even if he was injured and exhausted, he could still sweep through everyone. Wherever the long spear passed, the golden spear light would flash, and the spirit weapons would shatter upon contact with the golden light. Zi-Chen seemed to have entered an unstoppable state, sweeping through everything. In the other two formations, seeing Zi-Chan rushing out with such powerful battle strength, Tyrant and Devil Ape simply gave up on attacking and chose to defend. At the same time, they were watching the battle outside with interest. During this period, the experts of the Luo family and Ning family frequently used their energy weapons to launch powerful attacks. However, they couldn't hurt the two who were defending with all their might. Set up another formation. Zi-Chen was too powerful. With a series of attacks, he forced everyone to retreat. No matter how strong or ruthless their attacks were, it was useless against him. Moreover, in just a short period of time, several spirit weapons were destroyed. Lu Guan shouted. Light flashed around his body as he shot out a stream of energy. Like a rope, it rushed towards the other 19 Zephyrs, wanting to pull the other energies and fuse them into one. Bang! Zi-Chen's spear sent a Zephyr flying. Because he didn't control his strength properly, the latter's head directly hit an ancient tree. With a bang, his head exploded and his life aura dissipated. This was the first person Zi-Chen had killed. Beside him, 6 other Zephyrs had already fainted. This was what happened after Lu Guan's words. In just the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, 7 of the 20 people had been killed. Only 13 people still had the ability to fight. Lu Guan's face was filled with shock. Having lost his only support, fear once again appeared in his heart. At this moment, he had the thought of abandoning everyone and fleeing by himself. A golden spear light streaked across Lu Guan's face. As if he had suffered a heavy blow, his body was instantly sent flying. Uft! At the same time, the golden light flashed once more, and a bloody light flashed. Lu Guan felt pain from his finger and couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. Looking down, he saw that one of his fingers had been cut off. The severed finger fell to the ground, still bleeding. However, the spirit ring on it had disappeared. Seeing the empty, severed finger, Lu Guan almost fainted. In the spirit ring, there was a position medallion, as well as the wealth he had obtained in his life. But before he could feel the pain, he coughed up blood once more. This time his connection with the spirit ring had been forcibly cut off. In less than a breath, the spirit ring had changed owners. Not bad, the harvest isn't small. Seeing the wealth in the spirit ring, as well as the position medallion, Zi-Chen nodded with satisfaction. When Lu Guan heard this, he almost vomited blood and fainted. His spirit ring had been stolen just like that, and he had even lost a finger. At this moment, another golden light streaked across Lu Guan's face. Lu Guan only felt his vision darken, and he fainted. Soon, the golden spear light flashed, and the Zephyrs fainted one by one. Their spirit rings were taken away by Ziqin one by one. The Luo family and Ning family had clearly seen what had happened here. While they were shocked by the opponent's strength, everyone was terrified. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, but none of them retreated. Because they couldn't, once they took the initiative to remove the formation, they would be greeted by the opponent's massacre. At this moment, they were in a dilemma. The only thing they could do was to attack and kill the people in the formation first. But this was undoubtedly a dream. If the two were so easy to kill, they would have died long ago, not to mention the two who had chosen to defend with all their strength. Puff! Golden light flashed, and the long spear pierced through the heart of one of the Zephyrs. His vitality was fading away, and the energy in his body was dissipating like a tide. In the end, he fell to the ground with a bang. With the death of one of the Zephyrs, the Luo family's formation also exploded. The devil ape rushed out with a black stick. As soon as the devil ape rushed out, its tyrannical aura began to surge. The black stick in its hand emitted a terrifying energy and fiercely smashed towards the leader of the Luo family. The leader of the Luo family retreated in shock. At the same time, he controlled the pill weapon to resist the devil ape's powerful attack. Bang! Bang! The black stick fell with a whistling sound. The first stick forced the leader of the Luo family to retreat. When the fifth stick fell, the leader of the Luo family coughed up blood. When the eighth stick fell, he was directly knocked unconscious. The devil ape's eyes were sharp, and its hands were quick. It directly took away the leader's spirit ring. During this time, the other 18 people were also taken down by Ziqin. The devil ape threw the leader of the Luo family's spirit ring to Ziqin. This made the monk in the formation envious. He shouted with dissatisfaction, "There's still me. Hurry up and save me." Ziqin and the devil ape acted as if they didn't hear him. They didn't seem to be in a hurry. Ziqin's body flashed with golden light, and his powerful spiritual sense broke through the restriction of the spirit ring. The unconscious leader of the Luo family couldn't help but tremble. There's also a token. In addition to wealth, there was also a golden token in the spirit ring. Ziqin's eyes lit up, and he sighed at the great harvest this time. At this moment, a golden light rushed over. Its speed was very fast, and its target was the spirit ring in Ziqin's hand. Swoosh! Ziqin's hand flashed, and he put away the spirit ring. His feet flickered, and he dodged the golden light like a ghost. "Damn monk, what are you doing?" Ziqin stared at the monk formed by the golden light. He didn't know when he had rushed out. When he looked at the Ning family again, there was no trace of them. They must have seen that the situation was bad and immediately fled. As for the greedy monk, he knew that the Ning family didn't have much to gain, so he let them go and came to Ziqin to steal. 2 spirit rings. "Give me one," the monk said loudly. "In your dreams." After that, there was a quarrel due to greed. After the quarrel, the 3 of them left. After a long time, Ningyan ran over with his people. One could see that his eyes were still filled with shock, but of course, there was also a trace of gloating in the depths of his eyes. They quickly went to wake up the unconscious people. When they woke up and found that their spirit rings were gone, they screamed toward the sky. Among them, the screams of Lu Guan and the leader of the Luo family shook the sky and lasted for a long time. The spirit ring was gone, and so was the entry medallion. While they were filled with regret, they were also filled with anger. Contact the others. I must kill them. Unite all the forces. We must kill the 3 of them. The 2 of them were completely furious. They were robbed just like that, and Lu Guan even lost a finger. This was simply a great humiliation. I don't believe that they have the ability to deal with a formation formed by hundreds of people. Let's go. Gather the others. We must kill the 3 of them. With soaring anger, the three forces left. But the next time they appeared, it would inevitably lead to an even more intense battle. And in this battle, Zichen and the monk also tasted the sweetness. For tokens, we can sell 3 of them, 1 for 200,000, 3 for 600,000. Zichen, we are rich. The monk shouted excitedly. 600,000 was equivalent to 6 billion vitality stones. This was a really huge sum, and Zichen was no longer calm. Suddenly, the monk's eyes lit up. He suddenly had an idea and said, Zichen, since we have offended 3 forces, they will definitely scheme against us after we go out. Why don't we seize the opportunity to steal the tokens of the other forces? Chapter 482. The monk's crazy suggestion made Zichen frown. He was somewhat tempted. Think about it. Each token costs 200,000. If we get all the tokens here, that would be more than 1 million. If we split it evenly, each person would get several billion, close to 10 billion. The monk's eyes lit up. Close to 10 billion. This was a very tempting number. Zichen could not help but be tempted. Essence stones did not represent a simple number. It represented cultivation resources. The more essence stones one had, the more abundant cultivation resources one would have. It could also shorten the time one needed to break through. After thinking about it, Zichen finally nodded. He agreed to the monk's crazy suggestion to make a move on the other people with tokens. The 2 of them had offended many factions. Once they left this place, there would definitely be more than 100 core realm cultivators chasing after them. However, where there were gains, there were losses. Furthermore, Zichen had never been short of enemies along the way. Hence, the 2 of them made a move. In the next 2 days, Zichen and the monk made a move on several factions and successfully snatched 2 tokens. The 2 of them now had 6 tokens. During this period, the monk would also make a move on others to snatch their essence stones. The monk wielded his saber and charged into the crowd. With a series of slashes, people were instantly thrown off their feet. Then he snatched the essence stones in the spirit rings. Everything went very smoothly. As for the 2 of them, they had earned enough hatred through their repeated robberies. They had become public enemies. Now, wherever they went, people would shout to kill them. Bald monk, you are insulting our intelligence. We are not done with you. Damn bald monk, you will die a horrible death. When you fall into our hands, we will torture you to death and then chop you into pieces. In the small world, angry curses reverberated. The factions that had their essence stones and tokens snatched were about to go crazy. Many of them were cursing, hysterically. The monk with the saber was different from the rest. Others could recognize him at a glance. However, the monk pretended to be smart and covered his face with a black mask. However, his shiny bald head gave off a dazzling golden light. He did not try to hide it at all. This infuriated others and drew even more hatred for him. Furthermore, in the eyes of the crowd, the monk's actions were a serious insult to their intelligence. It could be said that in this small world, Zichen had completely become a foil, while Tyrant was the real protagonist and main force. Every time he would be the first to rush up and slash fiercely, defeating his opponent as quickly as possible. This was a completely different kind of monk. In the past, he would occasionally put on an act, but in the small world he revealed his true nature and did not hide it at all. His behavior was even more professional than that of a real robber. After obtaining the 7th token, the 2 of them had already become enemies in the small world. Find them and kill them. Kill the 2 of them, especially that bald monk. Once we catch him, we must torture him to death. In the entire worldlet, no matter the size of the forces, they were all gnashing their teeth at Zichen and Tyrant. Every day, they could be heard cursing and swearing. Many forces spontaneously formed one alliance after another to hunt down the 2 of them. Among them, there was an alliance of Baldies who hated the monks to the bone. They were led by a big power and brought along 70 to 80 people to fly into the sky. Young master, there's the latest news. Baldies have robbed another power 10,000 miles away. A person flew over from afar. Damn it, let's go and kill them. The leader of the Baldies Alliance had a cold glint in his eyes. His expression was extremely gloomy. He was a big power whose token had been stolen. He was extremely unwilling and had been thinking of ways to get the token back. Dozens of people flew into the sky in a grandiose manner and flew 10,000 miles away. Haha, hand over the token and I'll spare your lives. 10,000 miles away, a masked guy with a shiny head holding a long saber was laughing wildly. In front of him was the 10-man team that had just been defeated. They gritted their teeth and looked at Tyrant with resentment. Bald monk, kill us if you can. You can recognize me even though I'm masked? Tyrant exclaimed. Everyone was so angry that they almost vomited blood. They all thought to themselves, "You're King trying to piss us off, aren't you? As long as you're not blind, anyone can recognize you. Hand over the token or die." Tyrant spoke again. His voice was cold, and the long saber in his hand flashed. He looked exactly like a bandit. No token. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "What a bunch of idiots. You don't even have a token. Hand over the spirit ring." Tyrant said angrily. Zi-chan watched all this with a smile on his face. He had no intention of making a move. He didn't need to do anything. Tyrant could handle everything here. Bald monk, die for me. Before the other party could hand over the spirit ring, a loud roar came from the sky. The voice was so loud that it sounded like rolling thunder. Then, a black mass of figures appeared in the sky. There were close to 100 of them, and all of them were in the late stage of the void flight realm. Their aura surged, and their murderous intent scattered the clouds in the sky as they quickly flew over. Bald monk, today is the day you die. Today we're going to cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. A cold and resentful voice sounded. Angry eyes fell on Tyrant. They wanted to eat his flesh, drink his blood, and gnaw on his bones. The leader of the big forces even had fire in his eyes. He wanted to burn Tyrant alive. Tyrant squinted his eyes and looked at the crowd. There were nearly 100 people in the air, but he was not afraid at all. His expression was still calm. But soon, disappointment appeared on his face because he realized that these people were all snatched by him. They were no longer of any value. "Tyrant, our reinforcements are here. Why aren't you running?" The leader of the 10-man team next to him said, "Run? They should be the ones running. Hand over the spirit ring." Tyrant glanced at the other party, coldly. "You." The other party's face changed. Bang. At this moment, Tyrant decisively made a move. He directly knocked the other party out and took the spirit ring. After that, he turned into a golden light and knocked the other 9 people out, taking all the spirit rings. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless. "Tyrant, stop it. Stop it, damn bald monk. How dare you rob us in front of us? Today we'll kill you." Angry shouts sounded from the sky. Many experts came and rushed towards Tyrant like a swarm of bees. At the same time, a joint attack formation appeared, wanting to kill Tyrant. Facing dozens of void flight realm cultivators, Zi-chan didn't watch the show anymore. He turned into a golden light and rushed forward. The long spear in his hand was like a dragon. The spear light kept flashing. Tyrant held his long sword and rushed into the crowd. Then there was a wave of screams, and people fell from the sky. Boom! Under the joint attack of Zi-chan and Tyrant, the joint attack formation was broken in an instant. It caused a wave of screams. Then the screams turned into screams. Blood splattered in the sky as the void flight realm cultivators fell to ground. In less than a quarter of an hour, only Tyrant and Zi-chan were left in the sky. On the ground, there were many people lying on the ground. Some of them had already fainted, while others were wailing in pain. Their voices were mournful. The people who were wailing had resentment and fear on their faces. The combat power of the two was too strong. They had completely defeated them. This made them seriously suspect that the two were monsters secretly cultivated by a big force. A bunch of poor people. Remember to come and find me when you have money next time. Tyrant curled his lips in disdain. Then he flew into the distance and continued to look for the next target, leaving behind a group of ashamed, angry, and frightened Void Flight Realm cultivators. After nearly 100 Void Flight Realm cultivators were defeated by Tyrant, it caused a huge uproar. All the forces in the small world knew about Tyrant and Zi Chen's strength. They were shocked and fearful of them. Moreover, those forces that hadn't been robbed were also on tenterhooks, because Tyrant had said that he would take away all the entry tokens. As a result, all of the cultivators gathered together, forming a true super alliance. All the big and small forces that came to the small world gathered together. Led by Luo, Ning, Lu, and a few other big forces, they chased after Zi Chen and Tyrant. These were all the people who were still alive in the small world. There were more than 1,000 Void Flight Realm cultivators, and they were all in the late stage of the Void Flight Realm. Only the Land of Chaos could have so many experts. Moreover, their combat power was enough to defeat the barbarians. This time, in order to make it possible to kill them, the big forces didn't hide anything. They decisively and generously told everyone about the joint attack technique. After a short period of practice, the power of the joint attack was very strong. The joint attack formation, formed by hundreds of people, was very powerful. Even if an inner core expert was trapped, they would be killed in one strike. Spread the news and lure them here, the leader of the big forces said coldly. Seeing that the small world was about to open, Zi Chen and Tyrant couldn't find any other cultivators. They had been searching for 2 days in a row with no results. This made them very angry. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening beast roar resounded through the dense forest. A strong sound wave came from afar. Behind the sound wave, there were hundreds of beasts fleeing in panic and startled birds flying in the sky. This is... Zi Chen and Tyrant's expressions changed. After looking at each other, they both blurted out, "A big demon." A big demon was equivalent to an inner core expert among humans. Their strength was much stronger than humans of the same level. This could be seen just by looking at the powerful wolf. This is a small world. The realm is suppressed to the Void Flight realm. How can there be an inner core big demon? After the exclamation, Tyrant's puzzled voice sounded. Maybe the realm suppression of the small world is only effective on us. It's useless on the local demonic beasts. Zi Chen explained. When he was in the Nimbus Martial Ancestor, he encountered a similar situation. Inner core big demon? Is it possible that the last entry token is in his body? Tyrant asked again. Zi Chen was slightly stunned. After a while, he came to a conclusion. It was very likely that the token was in the other party's body. Let's go and kill this inner core big demon. Tyrant's eyes lit up. He seemed to have seen the entry token worth 200,000. Zi Chen nodded. Just as the two of them were about to go forward, they found traces of a team. There were about 20 people, and it was an unfamiliar team. The other party seemed to have seen them too. Their expressions changed, and they turned to leave. Let's rob them first. They must have the token. Tyrant became very excited. He chased after them with his long saber. Chapter 483. There were a total of 20 experts from the Gong family. When they saw the monk, they quickly ran away as they were unwilling to fight with him. Waha, stop right there. The monk turned into a ray of golden light and chased after them. Under the sunlight, the long saber in his hand reflected a cold light. Stop right there. All of you stop right there. While chasing after them, the monk kept shouting. The speed of the other party was already fast enough when he didn't shout. Now that he shouted, the speed of the other party increased by 30%. Zi-Chin carried the demon ape and followed closely behind. He didn't know why, but he felt that the group in front of him was strange. Both parties were like flowing lights, flying continuously. After a quarter of an hour, the monk finally caught up with the other party. Swoosh! The dazzling saber light shone in the air and slashed towards the 20 people. They couldn't form a formation, so they were just a bunch of mobs. It wasn't difficult for the monk to deal with them. Amidst the clashing sounds, the cultivators were knocked down one by one. They fell to the ground and cursed in pain. In just a few breaths, the group of 20 people was completely annihilated. Bald monk, you've done so much evil. You won't have a good ending. How dare you steal from the Gong family? You'll die when you get out. It hurts. Bald monk, your ending will be worse than ours. When you fall into our hands, I'll make you wish you were dead. Amidst the cursing, their spiritual rings were taken away by the monk one by one. He then broke them open and plundered all their belongings. The monk chose to ignore the cursing and even had a faint smile on his face. This made the people who were cursing so angry that they vomited blood. They secretly exclaimed that the monk was really shameless. The leader of the Gong family, a young man in blue, looked at the monk coldly. His expression was as if he was looking at a dead man. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word. He let the monk take his spiritual ring and break it open to force it to recognize him as its owner. After the young man vomited a mouthful of blood, the monk's excited voice resounded in the forest. Zi-Chin, come quickly. I found another entry token. Together with this one, we have 8 entry tokens. Hearing the monk's words, the cold young man's mouth couldn't help but twitch. 8 entry tokens. Oh my God, this meant that 40 people could enter the ancient battlefield. However, the monk's next sentence made his expression turn strange. Out of the 8 tokens, we can sell 7 of them. Each token costs 200,000, so everyone gets 700,000. The young man's expression was twitching, and the strange look on his face became even more intense. The expressions of the other people in the sky also became strange, to the extent that they forgot to curse for a short period of time. A token that was worth 2 million was only worth 200,000 in their mouths. Not to mention 200,000. Even if it was 2 million, they would still sell it. This was an opportunity that only came once in 1,000 years. It was far from something that could be compared with vitality stones. Everyone looked at the monk again as though they were looking at an idiot. If this was the outside world, they wouldn't mind doing business with this idiot. Zi-Chen quickly stepped forward, looking very excited. Looking at the medallion, a pile of primordial stones appeared in his mind. Humph, you won't even be able to sell a single one of them. The young man coldly snorted. Why? The monk turned his head and looked at them. He asked seriously, don't you want it? Are you all planning to buy it? The young man sneered and said, of course we want it, and we are willing to do business with you. But before the monk could breathe a sigh of relief, the young man continued, but you won't be able to leave this place alive. Why? This time, before the monk could finish his words, he knew the reason. In their perception, many auras appeared around them. They were densely packed, forming a circle that was approaching them. Now you know why. Today is the day you die. The young man sneered. Then his figure flashed and flew into the distance. The other 19 people followed closely behind. Zi-Chin and the monk didn't stop them. Compared to the many people in the sky, a mere 20 people were nothing. Seems like they want to play big this time. Zi-Chin looked around and saw many figures appearing in the sky. He smiled faintly. Using a token to lure us, they should be well prepared this time. The monk looked ahead and saw some strangers. His eyes lit up. Seems like everyone in the small world is here this time. All the tokens are here. This time we can snatch them all. Monstrous killing intent rose in all directions. Numerous figures appeared. Light flashed around them as they released energy, forming a whole. This was an extremely large combined attack formation. As the energy surged, Zi-Chun and Tyrant, who were in the middle of the formation, felt a dangerous aura. Once such a large formation was fully activated, it would definitely be able to kill the two of them. In Zi-Chen's arms, a black light circled around. The devil ape rushed out and transformed. It held a black rod in its hand. There was a strange light in its red eyes. As the experts approached, many familiar faces entered their sight. They were all people who had been snatched away before, and there were also many unfamiliar faces among them. The monk's expression became more excited. I'm sure that everyone is here. Snatching them is equivalent to snatching all the cultivators in the small world. Why don't you say that we've successfully enraged all the powers in the minor world? Zi-Chen laughed. Once we leave, we'll be killed by the core prime experts of their clans. There'll be nowhere for us to hide. He had already anticipated such a situation when they had first started fighting. Bald monk, no matter how powerful you are, you can't escape today. Today is the day you die. This will be your burial ground. Hand over your spirit ring. Kneel down and kowtow a few thousand times, and we will spare your dog life. Cold and greedy gazes were cast. Almost all of them gathered on the monk, ignoring Zi-Chin and the devil ape. Their eyes were filled with deep hatred. They gnashed their teeth, wishing they could eat the monk's flesh and blood. It was obvious how ruthless the monk was. Haha, you're all here. Is this the last token you'll give me? The monk laughed loudly, not caring at all. You're courting death. An angry roar was heard. Dozens of Yukongs in front of them lit up with rays of light. Then an energy weapon formed and slashed toward them. The three of them used their extreme speed and dodged in an instant. A loud noise was heard from where they were standing before. Violent energy surged, shaking heaven and earth. Such a terrifying energy weapon made Zi-Chin and the monk's expression change. Haha, bald monk, aren't you very strong? Why are you dodging? Laughter echoed between heaven and earth. Then the battle began. Hundreds of Yukongs lit up with rays of light. The energy light soared into the sky, forming many energy weapons. Some were axes, some are swords, and some are spears. They emitted a terrifying aura and slashed toward the three of them. Explosions were heard instantly. The three of them turned into 3 rays of light and began to escape from the joint attack formation. The joint attack formation, formed by hundreds of people, was very powerful. There were several energy weapons. When several weapons fell at the same time, it was impossible for a single person to resist. Zi-Chin, the monk, and the demon ape were chased by 3 energy weapons. When the 3 energy weapons disappeared, another 3 would appear. The energy weapons were endless. Weren't you guys very arrogant before? Why are you running now? Monk, the way you run away makes you look like a fat stray dog. Didn't you want to snatch our tokens? Come and snatch them. Seeing the 3 of them running away and not having the courage to resist the energy weapons, the crowd was completely relieved. They mocked and ridiculed them. As you wish. The monk turned into a ray of golden light and dodged in the formation. When he heard this, he shouted and slashed at one of the Yukongs with a saber. Before the saber light could hit the other party, it was blocked by a ripple barrier, causing a loud explosion. Then the monk felt a huge force that shook him and sent him flying back. Then 3 energy weapons slashed at his head. The monk narrowly avoided them, but there were a few scratches on his monk robe. At the same time, Zi-Chin and the demon ape were in the same situation. They were forced to retreat and almost lost their lives under the energy weapons. This time, the joint attack was very strong. Even if a primordial core elite were here, they would not be able to break it. Stop your futile struggle. Today is the day you die. The same day next year will be the anniversary of your death. That's right. But if you want us to burn incense for you, you have to wait for another 1,000 years. This small world only opens once every 1,000 years. The mocking continued. Everyone was full of confidence. The three of them in the formation were like turtles in a jar waiting to be caught. Light flashed around them as they took turns to attack. Even if it was a battle of attrition, they would be able to kill Zichin and the other two. Zichin and the other two dodged continuously. There were very few people who could launch effective attacks. Moreover, all the attacks were useless. Facing the continuous mockery of the crowd, the three of them gathered together again and swept their cold gazes around. Even in such a situation, they did not panic and remained calm. But this time, no one thought that they still had a trump card. This kind of calm expression was just an act to them. How is it? Monk looked at Zichin. Zichin nodded and said, "This is a very large joint attack formation. They are not familiar with it, so there are a few flaws." In the previous battle, Elder Hiroshi had been sensing this joint attack formation. The few flaws in it were the key to breaking out. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them rushed forward in a straight line. Their speed was very fast. During this time, energy weapons brushed past the three of them. With a flash of light, the three of them arrived in front of one of the Yuzongzis. Zichin shouted, "Demon Ape!" Demon Ape was already prepared. When he heard Zichen's voice, he waved his hand in the air. It was just a gentle wave, as if he was greeting someone. This made the Yuzongzis on the opposite side stunned. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. This was because a black light had appeared around him. This black light was like a seal, blocking the release of energy from his body. Chapter 484. Under Zichen's guidance, the demonic ape waved its hand at the other Zukis before they could even react. In the next moment, the same thing happened to them. The black light wrapped around their bodies like chains, and they felt some kind of invisible shackle. Their energy receded like the tide. A total of 7 Zephyrs were in the same situation. They stopped releasing their energy, and a huge flaw and loophole instantly appeared in the entire formation. Zichin and Tyrant seized this opportunity to launch a powerful attack. Golden light flashed, and a sharp killing intent was revealed. The two no longer held back. The spear and blade light instantly landed on the 7 Zukis, and a popping sound was heard. The 7 Zukis didn't even have time to scream before they died. Each of them had at least 3 bloody holes on their bodies, and blood was gushing out. Just as their eyes lost focus and they fell down, the formation was broken. Zichin and the other two turned into flowing light and rushed out. This scene happened very quickly. Breaking the formation and killing the Zukis happened in an instant, so much so that no one could react. By the time the experts realized that something was wrong, Zichin and the other two had already rushed out of the formation. "Not good, the formation is broken." "Damn it, how did this happen?" The formation was broken, and everyone's expression changed. Their eyes were filled with horror because the 3 who broke the formation didn't run away immediately. Instead, they held their pill weapons and rushed towards the experts. Bang! Bang! Tyrant's expression was indifferent. He wielded his long blade and slashed repeatedly. Under the blade light, the sound of people falling down could be heard. In an instant, dozens of Zukis were knocked down. Most of them fainted, and a few unlucky fellows died. Zichen's eyes were cold. Holding his spear, the golden spear light kept flashing like a golden dragon, rushing towards the Zukis. The Zukis shouted and controlled their spiritual weapons to resist. However, wherever the golden spear passed, their spiritual weapons would shatter, and their energy would dissipate. The Zukis fell to the ground. Bang! The heaven and earth shook as a gigantic staff shadow appeared in the air. The terrifying aura caused people to tremble. The devil ape swung its staff and smashed down. In an instant, several spirit weapons shattered. Its powerful energy attack stunned a group of cultivators. The three people who had rushed out of the combined attack formation were like tigers in a flock of sheep. They began to counterattack crazily. Everywhere they passed, there would be loud bangs. Many people in the air didn't even have time to launch an effective counterattack before they fell. At this moment, the three of them used their actions to tell them that the advantage in numbers that they were most confident in was nothing in front of the three of them. In just a few breaths of time, more than 100 zephyrs had fallen, and this number was still increasing. Almost every breath of time, there would be dozens of new zephyrs falling. Mournful howls reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing one's hair to stand on end. The three of them were like true primordial beasts that had charged into a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, carrying out a one-sided slaughter. As more and more Madair knights fell, fear rose in everyone's hearts. This fear spread like a plague, infecting everyone. Are they still human? They actually have such powerful combat strength. One person broke up a 1,000-man team. Their combat strength is even more terrifying than the monstrous geniuses of the clan. The inhuman combat strength of the three of them terrified everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. "Run!" someone shouted. Because of the fear, his voice was almost hoarse, waking up the other zephyrs. "Run!" After waking up, the zephyrs turned around and fled at lightning speed. "Want to run?" "Humph, no one can run away today." Zi-Chen snorted coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His body emitted a dazzling golden light, and in the next moment a clone appeared. In the clone's hand, there was also a pill weapon that shone brilliantly. As soon as it appeared, it used its extreme speed to chase after the zephyrs. As the pill weapon fell, the zephyrs were knocked unconscious one after another. Beside the monk, 2 more clones appeared. Each of them shone with a golden light. One of them was the real body, and the 2 clones simultaneously uttered the 6 syllables mantra, Ma. A strange force surged, rippling in all directions. In the next moment, the zephyrs vomited blood one after another, and their bodies smashed to the ground like meteorites. This was a terrifying attack. As soon as it appeared, a large number of zephyrs fell to the ground, and all of them were knocked unconscious. The demon ape also used a total of dozens of clones, making it impossible to distinguish the real one. Its figure was changing among the clones. It could be said that each one was a clone, and each one was the real one. In just a short moment, hundreds of zephyrs were knocked unconscious. Ningyan was fleeing at full speed. His heart was filled with fear. He could only admit that he was unlucky to have provoked these 3 people. Looking at the current situation, not to mention getting back the quota token, he might not even be able to keep his life. Pow! At this moment, a golden figure rushed forward, using the long spear in his hand as a long stick, and smashed it fiercely toward Ningyan. The powerful sound shook the world, and Ningyan's pill weapon fell from his hand. His vision turned black and he fainted. This time, don't even think about taking it back. The golden light turned into Zi-Chen. His eyes were cold as he took away Ningyan's pill weapon, and then rushed toward the other leaders. Now, the 3 of them had a clear division of labor. Zi-Chen was in charge of killing the leaders with pill weapons, knocking them out, and then taking away the pill weapons. The demon ape was in charge of killing the ordinary zephyrs, knocking them out one by one. As for the monk, he held a long sword and chased after the unfamiliar faces, snatching their wealth and quota tokens. Robbers, you are a bunch of robbers. Seeing this blatant robbery, many experts were shocked and frightened. They were so angry that they trembled. But at this moment, they could not care less about condemning the other party and could only run away. But soon, the demon ape caught up and knocked them down with one hit. This battle lasted for almost an hour. More than 95% of the people in the air had fallen to the ground. Only a few dozen people managed to escape successfully, but these people had been robbed in advance, so it was fine for them to run. As for the unfamiliar faces, they were all lying on the ground. At this moment, the monk was holding a pile of spiritual rings, looking for the person with the quota token. Hard work pays off. After a long search, the monk found a quota token. 99 now. The monk was so excited that he was stuttering. In a small world, there were only 10 tokens, and the two of them had found 9. Such a huge harvest was unbelievable. The last token should be in the body of the primordial core demon. Zichen walked over with his spear. There is an 80% chance. The monk nodded and his eyes shone. The exit of the small world is about to open. We don't have much time left. Let's go and kill it now. The three of them turned into flowing lights and headed deep into the small world, leaving behind hundreds of unconscious Zephyrs. Among them, there were some who would never wake up. They had snatched all the spiritual rings and pill weapons from the cultivators in the small world. Once they got out, it would definitely cause a commotion. After hearing Zichen's words, the primordial core experts who had been chasing after him flew 1,000,000 miles south. They were prepared to kill Zichen and the monk here. However, when they arrived, the group of primal core experts was dumbfounded. Looking at the grand city in front of them, they were all speechless. Many of them even had the urge to curse. There was a huge market in front of them. It was even bigger than 10 of the markets in the central region. It was almost the size of a large city. Even from a distance, they could see an endless stream of people coming and going. From a distance, it looked like a long dragon. "How the fuck are we going to kill them?" roared one of them. In the chaotic lands, there were almost no rules. Everything was based on snatching. But there were a few places with rules, and the market was one of them. Fighting was forbidden in the market. That was a rule of Chaos City. Even now, no one dared to break that rule. As for those who broke the rule, they had already become ghosts. Furthermore, this market was much larger than the ones in the outer regions. With just 50 primordial core experts, there was no way they could take it down. Shangguan Chuanming and the other experts all entered the market. Once the entrance to the small world opened, everyone would appear in the market. They had no chance of killing Zichen. What do we do? The primordial core experts were all dumbfounded. They had no idea what to do. "Let's go in and take a look." "I don't believe they can stay in the market forever," said one primordial core expert coldly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, many Danyuan cultivators looked uncomfortable. The market was Zichen's home ground. The scene of this fellow eating and cursing at the same time had almost become a nightmare in everyone's hearts that they could not get rid of. "Are we really going to go in?" Quite a few people's eyelids twitched. They had clearly personally experienced Zichen's cursing. "If we don't go in and take a look, what if they run away?" That's liquid essence and several pill weapons. Added together, the price is astronomical. Another person glared. In the end, the group decided to go in. Other than killing Zichen and taking his treasures, they also wanted to see what good things were in this market that was comparable to a huge city. After passing through the tall city gates, they had the illusion that they had arrived in a huge city. There were many cultivators here, and primordial core experts could be seen everywhere. There were many shops, big and small. Out of the corner of their eyes, they could even see glowing weapons. There was no lack of pill weapons among them. As soon as they entered, they were dazzled. They looked around like curious babies. After walking around for half a day and seeing so many dazzling things, they still wanted to see more. There were simply too many good things here. They could only imagine and not see them. But the prices were also shocking. The entrance to the small world was about to open. They had no choice but to leave. They had to go there and wait for Zichen and the monk to appear. Then they would find a chance to kill them. There were already many experts here, and they were all from the major powers. Quite a few of them recognized Yi Lang's group and knew what they were going to do. Disdain appeared on their faces. A group of primordial core experts couldn't kill the two Yukong experts. In the eyes of the major powers, these primordial core experts were all trash. So even though there were dozens of them, no one went up to recruit them. Shangguan Chuanming stood at the front. Beside him were 4 primordial core experts from the other 4 major powers. Brother Chuanming, how many tokens do you think will appear this time? Asked an expert beside him. 9 at most, said Shangguan Chuanming confidently. Chapter 485. Shangguan Chuanming was in charge of everything in the small world. Although everyone knew that there were 10 tokens, they didn't know the exact distribution. Of course, the 8 tokens that were reserved at a high price were from Tai Tai Association. This is something that all the people in charge of the small worlds have discussed. Out of 10 tokens, at most 9 will appear, Shangguan Chuanming said. All the people in charge of the small worlds represented the person in charge of each small world. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Because the last token is guarded by a primordial core, great demon. Shangguan Chuanming smiled mysteriously. Primordial core, great demon? No wonder. Everyone's expression changed. Due to the rules of heaven and earth, every primordial core great demon was an existence that had experienced the heavenly lightning tribulation. Their strength was far beyond ordinary primordial core great demons. Even a team of 20 people couldn't kill them. Out of the 10 tokens, 8 were reserved, and 1 was in the hands of a primordial core great demon. As for the last token, although it was possible for it to appear, it was guarded by a peak primordial core great demon. It was impossible for a team of 10 people to kill it. In other words, the opening of the small world meant that apart from the 20 major forces, the other forces were just there to serve as a foil. Many forces entered the small world just to compete for a token, and this token was worth more than 10 million. In front of everyone was a circular platform that was dozens of meters wide. The surface of the platform was crisscrossing with each other, revealing clear patterns. This was a transportation formation, where the exit of the small world was located. At this moment, a few large and small forces were waiting for their family members to come out. Those who had obtained the token at a high price had calm expressions, while those small forces who had relied on luck were extremely nervous. Idiot, do you really think that there are good things in the land of chaos that depend on luck? Seeing the nervous expressions of the small forces, the primordial core great powers had a trace of disdain in their eyes. Apart from the high price they had spent at the auction, they had also spent an additional 2 million to secretly buy a token. This was a sky-high price, not to mention the 5 overlords. Even these great powers didn't want someone to be so lucky as to spend only a few 100,000 yuan to get a token. In the field, many experts had different expressions. They all had different thoughts in their minds as they waited for the transportation formation to open. Half a day later, the crisscrossing patterns on the platform suddenly lit up. Light began to flicker as lines of patterns rose up. It's open. The entrance to the small world is open. Immediately after, cries of surprise rang out. Looking at the shining platform in front of them, everyone was filled with anticipation. As the light circulated, the first batch of people appeared in the air. The first to come out was a small force. There were only 5 people, and all of them were dejected, looking like frosted eggplants. Just by looking at their expressions, one could tell that they had not gained much. Seeing his fellow cultivator fly out, the Dan Primal Core cultivator let out a low sigh. He had a disappointed expression on his face. Clearly, there was no chance for him to obtain the entry token this time. As for the other major powers, they looked as if it was only right and proper. The light of the teleportation formation kept changing, and more people appeared in the sky. Their expressions were almost the same as the previous cultivators. They were all listless and dejected, and their eyes were filled with resentment and anger. Haha, even if you don't get it this time, you'll still have a chance in 1,000 years, a core essence expert of a large faction said gloatingly. Correct, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as your luck is good enough and you make some preparations beforehand, you will definitely succeed 1,000 years later. Another expert spoke, his face full of mockery. The other small factions heard the mockery, but they did not dare to say anything. Their hearts were filled with anger. However, when the people who came out of their own factions heard this, a strange expression appeared on their faces. In an instant, the resentment and depression on their faces disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a gloating expression. Moreover, their mood had obviously improved. How could this be? The experts of the large factions naturally noticed this scene. They were all puzzled. Could it be that this group of idiots couldn't hear the mockery in the words and really took it as encouragement? The expressions of the large factions changed slightly. They all had their own plans. They thought of many possibilities, but they did not think that they had lost their entry token. They had sent out 20 Uvois to form a joint attack formation. Who could stop them? Moreover, the various factions knew that the entry token had been decided internally. There was no way there would be a conflict. The light of the teleportation formation was still flickering. More Uvois appeared, and they were all small factions. Their expressions were as dejected as before. This made the people of the large factions secretly happy. Moreover, some people could not help but mock them again. However, their mockery had the same effect. When the Uvois heard this, their moods were much better. Many of them even had smiles on their faces. How could this be? At this moment, everyone was puzzled. Only some people seemed to have guessed something. Shangguan Chuanming's lips curled into a faint smile. Two figures had already appeared in his mind. They can't have really done something big, right? Shangguan Chuanming thought to himself. In the outside world, Wild Wolf and the others also felt that something was wrong. This guy can't have provoked another enemy, right? Hei Feng also muttered to himself. The light of the teleportation formation was constantly changing. This time, 20 people appeared. This was a large faction. Haha. Seeing the Uvois appear, the core cultivator could not help but laugh loudly. This was the Gong family's expert. However, before he could praise them, he heard a shrill and resentful shout. Uncle, the entry token has been stolen. The shrill voice was unusually sharp. It was filled with resentment, and it spread for more than 10 miles. The Gong family's expert's expression froze instantly. Then a buzzing sound came from his head, and he began to tremble. There was no color on his face. He could not help but sway a few times, and he almost fell down. It has been stolen. The Gong family's expert was dumbfounded. His voice was trembling. It seemed that he had not yet realized what had happened. The entry token has been stolen. The elixir weapon has also been stolen. Damn that bald monk. It's all his fault. Speaking of the bald monk, the Gong family's expert's voice became even more resentful. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud sound. It was the Gong family's expert. After hearing this, he blacked out and fainted. This blow was too great. Even though he was a core cultivator, he could not bear it. The thing has been stolen. As long as he's alive, it's fine. That's right. As long as he's alive, losing some wealth is not a big deal. The eyes of the experts from the smaller factions flickered, and they couldn't help but gloat. Some of the experts from the larger factions also revealed expressions of sympathy. Moreover, the unconcealable smile in their eyes was about to bloom on their faces. This little guy, just as I guessed. He couldn't find it himself, so he started to steal it. It's the Gong family's bad luck. Shangguan Chuanming's eyes were also smiling. You mean the 4 people next to him were startled. Then they remembered the 2 figures and the terrifying pet that killed the core cultivator who had suppressed his cultivation level with 1 strike. The 4 people nodded. They felt relieved. Only the 3 of them could be so unconventional. They dared to steal from the large forces. However, before the gloating in the eyes of the large forces completely disappeared, another large force appeared in the teleportation array. It was the Ning family and the leader was Ningyan. Uncle, the token was stolen and the core weapon was lost. Ningyan's face was sad and his eyes were filled with hatred. It's all because of that damn bald monk. After saying that, the core cultivator of the Ning family's face turned pale. His body swayed a few times. He had just been mocking the Gong family. He had never thought that his own things would be stolen. After swaying a few times, he finally could not hold on and directly fainted. The Ning family was also robbed. A gloating sneer sounded from the side. It was the expert from the Liu family. But before he could continue mocking, his own people had already appeared. For some reason, when he saw Lu Guan's expression, his heart skipped a beat. "Uncle, you have to avenge me!" Lu Guan let out a mournful roar. Then he stretched out his remaining 4 fingers. The finger that should have had a spirit ring was gone. Uffed! Seeing this scene, the Liu family expert vomited blood. His body didn't even tremble before he fainted. It seemed that he couldn't bear this blow. His body couldn't help but twitch. "Uncle, uncle!" Lu Guan was startled and rushed over with his people. The 3 forces' tokens had all been stolen. No one could be happy anymore. They already felt that something was wrong. The small forces that had been mocked before were smiling like flowers blooming on their faces. The teleportation array was still open, and people were still appearing. The small forces were undoubtedly depressed, but at this moment, no one was laughing at them. The Luo family's people quickly appeared. Their leader's expression was gloomy, and the others looked guilty and vexed. "Uncle!" The Luo family's leader had just opened his mouth when he saw his family's expert's eyes roll a few times, and then he fell to the ground. "What's going on?" The Luo family's leader was startled. Even the 4 forces' tokens had been stolen. No one could laugh anymore. And outside there was an uproar. Damn it, it must be them. I didn't expect them to be so daring. They even dared to steal from these big forces. Are they courting death? Wild Wolf and the others kept cursing. The number of forces Chen Feng had offended was simply too high. Snatching away the token and pill weapon was a big matter. Thus, it was only natural that Chen Feng would not let this opportunity slip by. Compared to Chen Feng, they could only be considered as insignificant loose cultivators. As expected, in the next moment, the teleportation array flashed, and people from the big forces appeared in the sky. When they opened their mouths, they almost said the same thing. This caused the core realm experts of their families to faint before they could speak. It wasn't that they couldn't bear it, but that the shock was too great. In the end, when they saw their own experts, they had already collapsed. "How many?" Hearing the bitter and resentful voices, Shangguan Chuanming felt his throat dry up, and his head was in a daze. 8. An overlord beside him stammered. Shangguan Chuanming's body swayed a few times. Fortunately, his willpower was stronger than ordinary people, and he didn't have much to do with it, so he endured it and didn't faint. Chapter 486. Robbing 8 elixir weapons and 8 tokens caused a huge uproar. However, the core elemental experts of the 8 forces had already fainted, so they did not have the time to say anything about revenge. In Shangguan Chuanming's opinion, this matter was about to end. However, in the next moment, angry voices came from behind him. "Where is this bald monk? He actually robbed all the wealth of Yukong. Catch this damned bald monk! Catch him and kill him!" One after another, voices exploded like thunder, spreading throughout the entire city square. The small forces that were previously delighted in their hearts were all enraged after hearing the words of Yukong from their own forces. The elixir weapons and tokens of the big forces were robbed, and the small forces' elixir weapons and spirit rings were also robbed. Dozens of experts from the small forces shouted together, their voices shaking the sky. Shangguan Chuanming, who did not know what was going on, asked and found out that Ziqin and the monk had not only robbed 8 tokens, but also everyone's spirit rings. Shangguan Chuanming was stunned. This was making the whole world their enemy. Moreover, these two were so greedy that they did not let anyone who entered the small world go. At the back, the group of wild wolves who were waiting for a chance to kill Ziqin and the monk were all dumbfounded when they heard the earth-shaking roars. They were almost petrified. Both sides looked at each other in disbelief. These two damn things, how bold were they? They actually snatched everyone's spirit rings. This was simply breaking through the heavens. They cursed and cursed in their hearts. They practically racked their brains and used all the words they could think of to curse. Compared to the other forces, their group of 50 core elemental experts was really nothing. They were not even a fraction of the core elemental experts of the other forces. Damned bald monk, where is he? This bald monk has not come out yet. Prepare to die immediately. Quickly kill this bald monk. The core elemental experts of the various forces were furious. They then rushed to the platform in front, surrounding the transportation formation with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The monk had angered the crowd. There were dozens of forces. At this moment, they didn't even listen to Shangguan Chuanming's words. The teleportation formation was surrounded. Every primal core expert stared at the teleportation formation, their eyes wide and filled with killing intent. Quite a number of cultivators who had appeared from within suddenly saw so many experts. Their eyes glowed red like hungry wolves, and their bodies trembled. They were so scared that they almost wet themselves. Look carefully. Is there a bald monk? Tell me which one is the bald monk. Loud voices rang out one after another, causing the hearts of the people in the air to tremble. They were submissive as they carefully walked out from the other side under the watchful gazes. After a while, the number of people appearing in the transmission array gradually decreased. In the end, only 1 or 2 people appeared. It seemed that there were not many people in the small world. When everyone was impatient and the anger in their hearts had reached a peak, a black-masked man with a shiny head finally appeared in the teleportation array. That's him, the bald monk. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Baldy, your appearance is an insult to our intelligence. He's the damned bald monk. Catch him and kill him. As soon as the monk appeared, he carefully looked around like a thief. But as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw the ferocious faces in front of him. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His legs went soft and he almost screamed. The transportation formation was surrounded by 3 layers of primal core experts. And the most pitiful thing was that someone had actually called out his name. You can recognize me even like this? The monk exclaimed and took a few steps back. His eyes revealed a surprised expression. When everyone heard this, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Even Shangguan Chuanming felt that this guy was asking for a beating. With that shiny head of yours, as long as one was not blind, they would be able to recognize you. And you even purposely put on a mask. It was simply an insult. Baldy, give me back my spirit ring. You damned Baldy, give me back my wealth. Token, give me back my token and my pill weapon. Baldy, if you don't hand over what you stole, today will be the day you die. Each person uttered 1 sentence at a time, resulting in dozens of sentences. Soon, the monk was drowned out by the roars. Furthermore, many people extended their hands towards him, asking for something. Their fingers were about to poke his nose. With such a big lineup, the monk could not take it. Fear appeared in his eyes as he looked around. Other than those who wanted to collect debts, there were still more people who wanted to collect debts. Zichin, where are you? Come and save me. The monk shouted timidly. However, his words, which were not loud to begin with, were instantly drowned out by roars. What should we do now? The primal core experts who had not managed to squeeze in for a long time had run out of ideas. Compared to the other forces, they were really nothing. Wait a little longer. The wild wolf was also dejected. What the F***ck is going on? Are these two not afraid of death? One of them scolded angrily. They were powerful primal core experts, known as old monsters, but they were fooled by the two of them. Moreover, they had formed an alliance of more than 50 people. They thought they were strong, and no one dared to provoke them. They had chased them all the way from the central region to here, but they did not expect that they would offend so many forces. The sky-shaking roar was like thunder as waves of crazy killing intent surged out. The situation was already getting out of control. Many core experts were gathered together. They did not mind taking advantage of the chaos to kill the monk. It was not for a few spirit rings, but for the entry token that the monk had. Enough. This is the market. Shangguan Chuanming saw through everyone's thoughts with a glance. Then his cold voice rang out. His voice directly shook everyone's consciousness. No one dared to pretend they did not hear it. The place that was noisy just now was dead silent. The monk also took the opportunity to wipe off his cold sweat. He thought that it was close. There were dozens of waves of killing intent just now. There was no lack of people who took the opportunity to kill him. Lord, what do you mean by this? This monk stole our things. Are we just going to let it go like this? Lord, please get justice for us. The primal core experts of the various forces spoke up. Each of them said one sentence. The place that was quiet just now became noisy again. Shangguan Chuanming's expression became even colder. He glanced at everyone and said, "Don't you know the rules of the small world?" Everyone was startled and did not say anything else. There were no rules in the small world. There was only life and death. They deserved to be unlucky to have their things stolen. Moreover, in front of the Shangguan clan's expert, they did not dare to play any tricks. Lord, you have to get justice for us. We worked so hard to get the token. How can we let someone take it away just like that? Yeah. Lord, please get justice for us. The experts of the various forces who had fainted finally woke up. They all came forward to complain. They had paid a high price for the token. Now they were qualified to complain. Shangguan Chuanming glanced at them. Even he didn't know what to say. Something worth millions had been stolen, just like that. To tell the truth, he also felt sorry for them. There was no way around it. Who told them to run into two fiends? Shangguan Chuanming muttered to himself, not knowing what to say. What justice? It belongs to whoever gets it. You want the token, right? Very well, as long as you have yuan stones. Take it, said the monk, greed in his eyes. He was about to start his business. However, before he could finish speaking, he was stared at with murderous gazes, and a series of shouts rang out. Shut up! Shut up! Do you have the right to speak here? Seeing their expressions, the monk obediently shut his mouth. He stole a glance and saw that Shangguan Chuanming was also frowning. How about this? We'll go back and discuss this matter. As for him, said Shangguan Chuanming after a moment of silence, no, Lord, we can't let him escape. We can't let him leave the city. They were afraid that Shangguan Chuanming would suddenly let the monk leave. Fine. Let him go to the 10,000 treasure pavilion first. Before this matter is over, he's not allowed to leave, said Shangguan Chuanming helplessly. Although this result wasn't acceptable, they reluctantly agreed. Everyone opened a path for him. Humph, Baldy, it's not so easy to steal our things. At this moment, a cold snort rang out. That's right. Do you think our pill weapons are so easy to steal? The other nascent core experts reacted, their eyes shining. Previously, they were all thinking about the token and had subconsciously forgotten about the elixir weapon. Now that they thought about it, their eyes lit up again. If the monk put the elixir weapon in the spirit ring together with the token, that would be the best. Their thoughts were almost the same. Powerful auras surged around them. They were about to activate their pill weapons and destroy the spirit ring. Then they would take the opportunity to steal the token. They were all prepared, staring at the monk. As soon as his spirit ring exploded, they would go all out to snatch it. Return, open, break. All the nascent core experts used all their strength to activate their pill weapons. Unfortunately, the pill weapons were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no reaction at all. Furthermore, they had lost their sense of the pill weapons. How can this be? I don't believe it. Return, shouted a nascent core expert. Because of his strength, his cheeks were somewhat red. Break for me. Many people shouted loudly, but there was still no reaction. They couldn't sense the pill weapons at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. Where's the pill weapon? Why did I lose my sense of the pill weapons? The killing intent that had just disappeared reappeared in everyone's eyes. Even if it was a pill weapon, it was still very valuable. They couldn't lose it. Monk followed in front of Shangguan Chuanming. He didn't fear those murderous gazes at all. Instead, he sneered, "Your cheeks are all red. Can't hold it in any more?" "You." Everyone was enraged. But the monk had already left with Shangguan Chuanming. Before leaving, he looked at Wild Wolf and Hei Feng provocatively, as if saying, "Look, I have more enemies now. You can't wait to be my number. This guy deserves a beating." The nascent core experts gnashed their teeth. Chapter 487. The monk was brought back to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. A group of experts were in charge of monitoring him, not allowing him to leave. The monk was not a scoundrel. After eating and drinking, he lay down on the ground to rest. Soon he started snoring, which angered the experts. When they left, the teleportation matrix had already been closed, which meant that everyone in the small world had already come out. However, they did not find Ziqin. The culprits were 2 people and a pet. Therefore, many cultivators set out and began to search the market for Ziqin. While everyone was bitterly searching, the main character, Ziqin, was eating and drinking heartily in a tavern that was neither too small nor too big. Beside him, the small demonic ape was also eating until its mouth was covered in oil. "Hey, have you heard? All the forces that entered the pocket dimension were robbed." "What? All of them were robbed? What happened? Tell me in detail." "There are more than 1,000 experts in the pocket dimension." "How could they be robbed? Who did it?" Not long after, a series of discussions rang out. Then the news spread like wildfire. All the forces that entered the pocket dimension were robbed. When the news came out, it caused an uproar. Moreover, when they heard that the culprits were 2 people and a pet, they felt it was unbelievable. It is said that one of them is a monk. He is now locked up in the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. They are still looking for the other one. Oh my God, only 2 people and a pet can rob thousands of people of the pocket dimension. How strong are they? 8 tokens and dozens of elixir weapons. If they sell them, they will be rich. Isn't it? It is worth at least 1,000,000 primordial stones. Moreover, there are so many spirit rings. It is a fortune that cannot be underestimated. Everyone discussed spiritedly and felt that it was inconceivable. At a seat near the window, a young man turned a deaf ear to the discussions and only cared about eating. He ate happily, his mouth full of oil as he ate heartily. When Shangguan Chuanming came in and saw Ziqin eating happily, he was angry. One was a monk and the other was Ziqin. Neither of them was easy to deal with. One of them was treated as a guest of honor in the Treasure Pavilion. After eating and drinking, He had already fallen asleep and was even snoring. The other one was also eating and drinking freely here, completely unaware of the big trouble he had caused. "Little guy, you're still in the mood to eat and drink? Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" Shangguan Chuanming went straight to Zichen. Zichen was not surprised to see Shangguan Chuanming. He stood up and pointed to the seat next to him and said respectfully, "Senior, please take a seat." "Humph." Shangguan Chuanming snorted coldly and said unhappily, "What are you sitting for? Come back with me quickly. Now, my 10,000 treasure pavilion is blocked by someone. Who knows, it might be torn down in the next moment. Block the 1,000 treasure pavilion." Zichen raised his eyebrows slightly and said angrily, "Who has the guts to block the entrance of the myriad treasure pavilion?" "All right, stop pretending, little guy." Shangguan Chuanming sat opposite Zichen and said, "This time, you've provoked all the forces. No one can protect you, not even the young lady." Zichen poured a glass of wine for Shangguan Chuanming and said unhurriedly, "Senior, it's not that serious. It's not our fault. It's just that they're not strong enough." Hula! The two of them did not deliberately suppress their words and spread around. The next moment, everyone was shocked and instantly jumped up from their seats. "Oh my God, it's the Shangguan family. Shangguan Chuanming, the actual ruler of this market. He's in the middle of the core realm. Who's the young man opposite him? Is he the second person the big and small forces are looking for? It's him, it's him." A young man in the middle of the Zephyr realm with a pet next to him. Who else could it be? Everyone looked at Zichen in shock. Many people felt their heads spinning. This was a guy who was about to poke a hole in the sky. All the big and small forces had been looking for him. They had searched all the streets and alleys, as well as all the places where they could hide. They had never thought that Zichen would not hide at all. Instead, he was swaggering around, eating and drinking, not worried at all. "They're not strong enough." Ignoring the people around, Shangguan Chuanming stared slightly and said, "So you're saying that they're wrong and should apologize to you?" "Of course not." Zichen smiled and said, "In the small world there are no rules. I took their entry tokens, but I didn't kill them. But they all wanted to kill me and take the treasures. If I wasn't a little stronger, I'm afraid you wouldn't see me today. Besides, I only took things and didn't kill them. They should be grateful." Hearing Zichen's explanation, Shangguan Chuanming was amused. He thought to himself, "You robbed everyone in the small world, but now you're acting like you're wronged. It's as if you didn't rob them." Around, after hearing Zichen admit it, many people were stunned. He robbed them and wanted them to be grateful. What a twisted logic. Their faces changed slightly, and then they quietly left. After a while, the sound of footsteps could be heard. The whole restaurant was surrounded by people, and all of them were inner core experts. Then, figures walked in from the door. Among them were some familiar faces, such as Ning Yin, Lu Guan, and so on. Of course, their appearance was purely to recognize people. After seeing Zichen, everyone's face turned ugly. Their eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Lu Guan pointed at Zichen and said loudly, "It's him. He's the one who colluded with the bald monk." Following Lu Guan's words, the temperature in the restaurant instantly dropped. A merciless killing intent filled the air. Many cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but shiver. In the next moment, they tactfully ran out of the restaurant. Zichen only indifferently glanced at Lu Guan. His expression didn't change as he quietly drank his wine. As for Shangguan Chuanming, he frowned slightly and also drained his cup. "Brat, you really have guts. You actually dared to rob us. Hand over the medallion and pill weapon, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise," someone loudly shouted, his voice cold and threatening. "Otherwise what?" Before Zichen could speak, Shangguan Chuanming turned his head and asked, "Otherwise what?" The moment the crowd saw Shangguan Chuanming, their expressions changed. When they saw Shangguan Chuanming's cold eyes, they all shut their mouths. With Shangguan Chuanming present, no one dared to say anything threatening. The Shangguan family was an overlord. They didn't dare offend them. You deserve to have your things stolen. Who told you to rob me first? Chen icily swept his gaze over them. Could it be that you're allowed to rob me, but I'm not allowed to rob you? With Shangguan Chuanming and the rules of the market, even if everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, they wouldn't dare to make a move here. Otherwise, Chen would be slapped to death by the crowd just because of his words. I stole those things in the minor world. The rules there are based on whose fist is bigger, said Chen icily. If any of you aren't convinced, we can go to the minor world and fight. Such arrogant words made everyone tremble with anger. It was unknown whether or not some of them were trembling with fear. In any case, quite a few of them had seen the power of the devil ape staff. Furthermore, what he said was reasonable. Now that they had come to demand it, it was completely unreasonable. If you want the medallion and pill weapon, that's easy. Changing the topic, Chen put on a magnanimous expression. I'll put those things up for sale in the auction hall. If you need them, you can go there to get them. When they heard that, the flames in their hearts burned once more. Taking their pill weapon and medallion to auction? That made them angry, but they also felt insulted. All right, I'll give you an explanation for this matter. You should quickly leave. Shangguan Chuanming finally opened his mouth and said in a cold voice, You all represent different forces. In any case, you still have some face. How can you be so overbearing and aggressive in the market and snatch other people's things? Do you all really think of this place as your own home? Shangguan Chuanming's words were cold and ruthless, but they were the truth. It was a truth that no one dared to say. Killing in the world was legal. If they lost something, they could only say that they deserved it. At this moment, if they came to ask for it again, it would be an open and above-board robbery. Moreover, it was a robbery in the marketplace. This was obviously not taking the rules of the marketplace seriously. It was also an obvious challenge to the authority of the Shangguan family. As an overlord power, how could the Shangguan family's dignity be violated? Furthermore, Shangguan Chuanming's words had several meanings. One of them was to protect the Shangguan family's dignity, while the other was to protect Chen. The cultivators obediently left. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. If Shangguan Chuanming really held them responsible for this matter, no one would be able to endure his fury. Everyone left. They had already made up their minds to find the older generation to negotiate. What do you think? Once they left, Shangguan Chuanming turned to Chen and asked. I'll leave everything to Senior, said Chen. All right, follow me back to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. As soon as they returned to the 10,000 treasure pavilion, there were a few more elders. They were all powerful people. When they saw Shangguan Chuanming, they were all very respectful. There were even a few people who kept praising Chen after seeing him, saying that he was a brilliant young man, a young hero, and so on. As expected of the older generation. You're really shrewd. Chen sighed. These old guys couldn't wait to kill him. However, at this moment they were all smiling. They looked at him like an elder looking at a junior. Chen saw the monk again. The latter was still sleeping. This made Chen unhappy. He thought to himself, I'm being surrounded and threatened, but you're sleeping here. He went forward and kicked the monk. The monk was kicked awake and cried out. The two of them went forward and cursed each other. Damn it, I'm being surrounded and almost killed, but you're sleeping here. You still dare to complain? I was almost killed when I came out. They didn't stop fighting until someone came and told them that Shangguan Chuanming had invited them. As soon as the two of them came in, Shangguan Chuanming directly told them that they had decided to buy the token. It's totally fine as long as the price is reasonable. The monk spoke and took the initiative to make the decision. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. This price. Shangguan Chuanming nodded and then stretched out a finger. What? Only 100,000 primordial stones? I didn't sell it when they offered me 200,000 primordial stones last time. The monk slammed the table and stood up. Chapter 488. Seeing that Shangguan Chuanming had only stretched out one finger, the monk immediately became angry. He slammed the table and stood up, threatening that he had not sold it even when the other party had offered him 200,000 yuan. Shangguan Chuanming was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect this scene. I say, you guys are too much of a bully. You only gave me 100,000 primordial stones. Back then, he begged me for 200,000 primordial stones, but I didn't sell it. After saying that, the monk emphasized again, it's 200,000 high-grade primordial stones. Although Ziqin did not say anything, he was very unhappy. His ideal price was 300,000 high-grade primal stones. Seeing their expressions, Shangguan Chuanming had a strange look on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Tyrant. No, we don't agree. Shangguan Chuanming smiled and asked, how many primeval stones did you spend when you bought the tokens? I didn't spend a single primordial stone. It was a gift from someone else. Why? Are you going to deduct these primordial stones? It's just a few thousand primordial stones. Do you have to go that far? Haha. Shangguan Chuanming laughed out loud as if he had heard a super good joke. A few thousand primal stones? You said that a token to enter the small world is worth a few thousand primal stones. What? Not a few thousand? Could it be tens of thousands? The monk glared. 100,000. The starting bid is 100,000 primeval stones. After that, Shangguan Chuanming imitated the monk and emphasized 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Ah, Tyrant was dumbfounded. The starting price of the auction was 100,000 yuan, and it was just a spot to enter the small world. Moreover, it was a high-grade primordial stone. Ziqin widened his eyes in disbelief. Someone had given him a gift that was worth 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Amidst his shock, Tyrant's mind started to work quickly. He said, haha, since a spot to enter the small world is so valuable, wouldn't my spot to enter the chaotic battlefield be even more valuable? The strange expression on Shangguan Chuanming's face became even more intense. He thought to himself, as expected of someone from a barbarian land, he's so honest. You idiot. Ziqin suddenly opened his mouth. He looked at the monk with disdain and said, what 500,000? We won't sell this thing for less than 600,000. Yes. I was confused. 600,000. The monk shouted, not minding Ziqin's disdain. Seeing the two complacent people, Shangguan Chuanming couldn't help but pat his forehead, which was full of black lines. Just as the two of them were happily calculating how much these tokens could be sold for, Shangguan Chuanming finally spoke. Actually, what I want to say is that a finger means a million. Fearing that the two of them wouldn't understand, he added high-grade key stones. What? The two of them were still excited, suddenly turned their heads and stared at Shangguan Chuanming. This means 1 million high-grade primordial stones. Shangguan Chuanming once again stretched out a finger. Sure enough, such a huge number completely stunned the two country bumpkins. Then they looked at Shangguan Chuanming again. After confirming that he was serious, the two of them shouted excitedly and completely lost their composure. It seems that the barbarian land is really short of resources. Seeing the two so excited, Shangguan Chuanming sighed. After a long time, the two of them slowly calmed down, but the corners of their mouths were constantly twitching, and they couldn't hide the pride on their faces. You guys are lucky. This is one of our means to make money. I didn't expect that you guys would take advantage of it. Shangguan Chuanming shook his head and laughed, and inadvertently said, "It's the 8 Forces' bad luck. Who asked them to meet you? I had already bought it for 2 million, but you guys snatched it away. Those old guys must be mad." The monk and Ziqin, who were excited before, were completely dumbfounded at this moment. 2 million for purchase. Obviously, if they still didn't understand, they would be real fools. There was something fishy about these tokens, and it was something that ordinary people didn't know about. Otherwise, no one would say that they would buy it for 200,000 high-grade primordial stones. The two of them could only feel the huge number coming at them, and at the same time they had a clearer understanding of the 5 overlords' means of making money. Shangguan Chuanming smiled and said they deserve it. They bought it for 2 million, and now they have to buy it again for 1,200,000. Ziqin and the monk were stunned again. Then the monk whispered, "Sir, isn't it 1 million? "Yes, I'll give you 1 million, and we'll split the remaining 200,000. If there's no benefit, you think that everyone is willing to help you?" Shangguan Chuanming said directly. Ziqin and the monk nodded. This time they weren't greedy. 1 token could be sold for 1 million, which was far more than 5 times their original intention. They should be satisfied. "Okay, you guys keep 1 and give the rest to me. I'll give you the primordial stones later. How many do you have? 7? When Ziqin and the monk took out their tokens, Shangguan Chuanming lost his composure for the first time. He was completely dumbfounded. 99. He was in disbelief. "Yes." Ziqin nodded and said, "Sai, let's not talk about it. It's really hard to get it by relying on our luck. The first one we met was a peak small demon, and the second one was an original core demon, which was even harder to kill. It's not as fast as robbing." Shangguan Chuanming's mouth twitched. He was dumbfounded again. At this moment, even he didn't know what to say. Previously, he was puzzled as to why the 8 overlords could get their tokens. Now he finally understood. They could even kill original core demons, let alone flight. Shangguan Chuanming took the 9 tokens and left, but his mind was still in a daze. How was it? Outside, there were already 4 people waiting. They were the 4 overlords. This time, it was the 5 overlords who helped Ziqin settle the matter. Although Ziqin was right this time, reason didn't always work, especially in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. Reason was always in the hands of the strong. This time, the 8 overlords successfully got their tokens, and each of them paid an extra one, 2 million. As for the last token, Shangguan Chuanming didn't take it out. At this moment, in the previous room, Tyrant and Ziqin were arguing again. "Why should we split it 50-50? You're only 1 person, and I and the demon ape have 2. You can only get 40% at most." "No, I'm the one who got all these things. You and the demon ape are just watching the show. 50-50. Bullshit. Who was the one who broke the formation the first time? And the second time, if it wasn't for the demon ape, you would have been dead. Damn monk, don't be so greedy." "I think you're the greedy one." The 2 argued again. Tyrant insisted on 50-50, but Ziqin only gave him 40 and fought for the demon ape's 20. "Damn monk, you're greedy." "I think you're the greedy one." The 2's voices were louder than the other. In the end, after arguing for a while, they came to a compromise. 9 million upper-grade vitality stones. Ziqin and the demon ape took 5 million, and Tyrant took 4 million. Once the agreement was reached, the 2 looked at each other and smiled, and tacitly agreed to continue next time. Not long after, Shangguan Chuanming, who had finished his business, came in. The 8 overlords asked for 8 tokens. "As for the last one, I'm going to auction it together." "Auction it together." Ziqin looked at Shangguan Chuanming in confusion. "What about the vitality stones?" Tyrant's eyes lit up. 1 token only allows 5 people to enter. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and no one would complain about having too many tokens. As long as you can buy it with vitality stones, people will want it no matter how many there are. Then Shangguan Chuanming answered Tyrant's question. As for the vitality stones from the auction of the token, they're naturally in the Shangguan family's account. Zichen nodded. He was even more curious about the chaotic battlefield. Since these overlords were willing to pay such a high price for the tokens, it was obvious that the value of the tokens far exceeded the value of the tokens. As for Tyrant, his face was full of regret. Those were pure vitality stones, and they were in the Shangguan family's account, just like that. You don't have to be sad. That token will still give you 1 million. In addition, I've also obtained an opportunity for you. Shangguan Chuanming smiled at the depressed Tyrant. What opportunity? The two were puzzled. Tyrant's eyes lit up again. Back in the market square, the Shangguan family had given him an opportunity. He had never thought that he would make such a big profit. This was another opportunity. Didn't that mean that he would make a big profit again? It's an opportunity to buy something without participating in the auction. Shangguan Chuanming's hand flashed as he took out a list and said, "This is the last auction before the opening of the chaotic battlefield. There are many good things that you should be interested in." The list was several pages long and recorded many things. On the first page of the list were the words Vitality Liquid. Vitality Liquid. There's Vitality Liquid. The two were surprised, but when they saw the price, they were almost scared to death. 10,000 high-grade vitality stones per drop. Tyrant's eyes widened. This is too much. 10,000 yuan stones per drop? I'll give you as much as you want. Look carefully. It's mid-grade vitality liquid. 1 drop can restore your vitality. Shangguan Chuanming said. What? The two were shocked. Sure enough, when they looked again, it was clearly written. 1 drop could restore one's vitality. It was equivalent to having an extra life. Zichen and Tyrant were also tempted. After all, no one would complain about having too many life-saving things. After that, the two saw many good things on the list. As expected, almost every item was tempting. There's a Buddhist scripture here. I want it. Seeing the Buddhist scriptures written on one of the pages, the monk shouted, I want it. I want this spot. Bah, damn monk. In the entire chaotic battlefield, in the entire southern region, you're the only damn monk. Why are you fighting over a Buddhist scripture? You can buy it during the auction. Zichen pointed at a defensive pill weapon and said, I want this. Defensive pill weapon inner armor. I'll use this quota. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.